Right, good evening everybody and welcome to this third commissioned meeting of the Customer and Corporate Services and Scrutiny Management Committee. This follows two commissioned meetings which took place on the 25th of October, and this meeting this evening is a formal pre-decision on the consideration of changes to the city centre traffic regulation order, which will be going to executive on November the 18th for its formal decision making. Because this is pre-decision scrutiny, there will therefore be no option to call in the executive decision. So I do want to just make that clear to members present this evening. We do, however, have opportunity to comment, to endorse or otherwise the officer recommendations, make any recommendations of our own, and they will all be incorporated into the final report which goes to executive for that meeting on the 18th of November. Just in terms of housekeeping, we're not expecting a fire alarm, so if the fire alarm does go off, you leave the building by the way in which you came in. The toilets are behind me, and if people are needing to pop to the toilet during the meeting, that's fine. We're not a regulatory committee or anything. If you have your mobile phone with you, please could you make sure that it's switched off or on silent. And I'm going to have to slightly play the meeting by ear in terms of adjournments this evening. Depending on how the meeting feels as if it's going, I think I may well need to call an adjournment around the halfway mark, which we'll have to see where we're getting to, but there's quite a weighty tome here to be going through. And I think I should just acknowledge the length of the papers and late publication of those papers. There have been a number of people who've contacted me over the weekend with concerns about the volume of information which was published with very little notice for people to be able to get through. So I do just want to apologise to people for that volume of information. It has been raised. I believe officers felt that they needed to put everything on the table for this meeting. But I think there is an acknowledgement that publishing 1,000 papers at 6:30 on a Friday doesn't make them particularly accessible for a meeting which is to be held on the next working day. In terms of apologies and introductions for this evening, we have received two apologies from councillors who were due to attend. Councillor Pearson, who is a member of CSMC, is unable to be here and is being substituted by Councillor Vassie. And Councillor Doughty was invited to attend as the chair of the Health and Adult Social Care Committee alongside Councillor Norman, who is in attendance. Councillor Doughty was unable to attend and did invite the vice chair of that committee, Councillor Hook, to attend in his place, but she also unfortunately was unable to attend. Because Councillor Norman is here in his capacity as the Chair of Economy and Place, he is not a member of this evening's committee, so is being substituted on the committee by Councillor Lomas. And so just to be clear, if there are any votes to be taken this evening, it is only committee members who can take part in those votes, and Councillor Norman doesn't have a vote for this evening. In terms of officers present, I have Jane Mellor on my right-hand side, who is Democracy Officer, Janie Berry on my left-hand side, who is the Council's Monitoring Officer and Head of Governance. And we have down at the bottom end of the table on the right-hand side, Neil Ferris, who is the Corporate Director of Place. And moving this way, we have James Gilchrist, Director of Environment, Transport and Planning, and Andy Kerr, who is Head of Regeneration Programmes. So on to agenda item 1, the formal agenda, which is declarations of interest. Can I ask any members if they have any declarations they wish to declare? Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. As per the previous meeting, I think for the purposes of transparency, it's important that I declare that I have a blue badge, but I don't believe that that prejudices me, so I feel content to continue.
Thank you, Councillor Lomas. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you. Just in the interest of transparency, my mother has a blue badge, but again, don't feel that precludes me from this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also, in the interest of transparency, wish to declare a personal non-prejudicial interest, as I did on the 25th of October, which is just to make sure everybody's clear that my mum is a member of the Human Rights and Equalities Board. She's also a member of York Disability Rights Forum Steering Group and the York Human Rights City Network Steering Group. She's not a blue badge holder, has no financial interest in any of the above, all of which are voluntary positions. And as far as I'm aware, the report from the York Human Rights City Network, which is published as part of this document pack this evening was completed without her input, and certainly I didn't discuss it with her prior to the publication. So moving on to agenda item 2 then, which is the public participation section. We've had a number of people contact us wishing to take part in this evening's meeting, and so as far as possible I've been trying to accommodate everybody who has been in touch. One person has submitted a statement rather than come and present or speak to the meeting this evening. That statement has been circulated to members and is available for you all to have a look at. I will then otherwise move through the public participation list, calling people in the order that I have them here. So the first public speaker I have is Professor Tony May from York Civic Trust, and he's joining us via Zoom. Professor May, I think you will be aware of the protocols for public participation, but just to be clear, you have 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll give you a shout at around about 30 seconds from the end of that 3 minutes, and if you want to start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I hope you can hear me clearly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of York Civic Trust, through whom I've been invited to advise the Council on its new local transport plan. I want to raise 3 concerns. First, as I think you've hinted, Chair, it's totally unreasonable to provide a report with 38 annexes and well over 700 pages, even if the topic is complex and controversial. It is the essence of good governance to keep arguments simple, yet the duplication and repetition in these documents appears designed to confuse rather than to encourage debate. Secondly, and I have gone through the 38 annexes to identify the critical material, I'm concerned that there are several detailed background reports on which there appears to be no prior consultation. I wanted to flag 2. First of all, the Higgett report makes several well-argued recommendations, yet officers appear to have rejected many of them out of hand without attempting to seek the views of others. We certainly would wish to have been able to comment on that report before now. The second example is the strategic review of city centre parking, which is presented as being a key input to the local transport plan, as indeed it will be. Yet there has been no consultation on it. The overview report makes assertions with which we would take serious issue, and the full report is still not available, even though it has to be made available this week, as I understand it, for executive next week. The third point I wanted to raise is that we're very concerned at the continuing delays in taking action on anything which is in any way controversial. A few examples. First of all, we argued early on that what is needed is an objective assessment of the needs of those who would otherwise use blue badge parking and of the ways in which those needs could best be met. Simply providing a few blue badge parking spaces on the fringe is not adequate. Secondly, while the proposal for a shuttle bus has been under consideration, under discussion for some considerable time now, officers are still debating whether to conduct a feasibility study. Thirdly, while the arguments for permitting disabled cyclists in the foot streets are clear, a decision on doing so is again being deferred. The same is true for cargo bikes, which somehow have been conflated with the much more intrusive cycle couriers. And then finally, there is still no clear action on enhancing cycle routes around the foot streets, even though the council received money under the Emergency Active Travel Fund a full 17 months ago.
That's 3 minutes up. Apologies, I didn't give you a 30-second warning, but if you could just do a 30-second...
Well, I had come to my in conclusion paragraph, Chair, so let me just read it. In conclusion, if the council is to do justice to this very important issue, it needs to engage more directly, be much more ready to commit to action, and adopt a much simpler and more open approach to reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor May. I'm sure your comments will be taken into account by the committee members when we move on to discussing this item. Could I just ask one point of clarification? You mentioned 3 reports. I think the very first report, which you said there was no consultation around, I missed the name of which report that was. It wasn't quite clear in the
It's
room.
a report by Martin Higgett Associates. It's Annex 7 to the report on access.
Thank you very much. So if I could move us on to the next public speaker now, which is Helen Jones, who is also joining us via Zoom. And Helen is here speaking on behalf of York Disability Rights Forum, and members who were present at the meetings on the 25th of October will remember that Helen joined us at the table for that discussion. So Helen, same applies. It's 3 minutes. I'll try to give you a heads up when you've got about 30 seconds left. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you.
Excellent. I'm here speaking on behalf of York Disability Rights Forum. I'm here to urge you to recommend that the discriminatory Foot Street extensions are not made permanent and are instead removed. Decisions taken under emergency measures should not be used as a Trojan horse to make them permanent. Scope states that 32% of people think disabled people are not as productive as non-disabled people, and 13% of people hardly ever or never think of disabled people as the same as everyone else. I am horrified to live in a human rights city where those assumptions hit home every day. York is supposedly a human rights city, and the council talks of age-friendly York, dementia-friendly York, autism-friendly York, and now also being an anti-racist and inclusive city. How then can York also be so blatantly discriminating against disabled people? These labels are meaningless when we can't get into our own city centre, we can't visit the shops we love, or meet with friends and family, or even get to a bank. I would also implore you to recommend an access officer. Myself and other members of York Disability Rights Forum and other disability groups across the city have given hundreds of our hours to the council for free. To not feel listened to when we do so is devastating. Please, please don't make this another of those times. The report that came to scrutiny on the 25th of October clearly stated the information and issues included in this plan demonstrates progress on achieving the priorities set out in the council plan. I beg to differ. The council plan makes repeated use of the words fair and inclusive. It talks about loneliness, isolation, and tackling discrimination. But when 78% of blue badge holders don't agree there is parking close enough because of the changes, it is clear that it is the council who are creating loneliness and isolation, not tackling it. A report on the council website states risks around loneliness, such as a lack of social connections can damage a person's health as much as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Loneliness can increase the risk of developing disease and increase the risk of death by 29%. To allow the changes to be made permanent without access for blue badge holders who need it is essentially to have those deaths and diseases and illnesses on your hands.
That's 30 seconds, please.
Okay. We have submitted the York Human Rights City Network Human Rights Report on the blue badge exclusion as part of the call to evidence for a UK shadow report on how the UK is meeting its obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This will provide an overview to the national and international community on how disabled people are being treated in York. Thank you.
That's bang on 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Helen. And again, I'm sure that committee members will take all of those comments into account when we're discussing this item. If I can move us on then to the next registered speaker, which is Jamie Wood, who I believe is in the room. Jamie, if you'd like to come to the table, and there's a microphone there, which I think you've probably used previously. But when you're ready, if you just press the button, get started, and then you'll have your 3 minutes.
Sorry, Anna. My apologies, Chair. I'm not the swiftest. So first of all, I'd like to thank the Chair and the Democracy Officer for the opportunity to speak tonight. As we heard last week, democracy is vital for the functioning of the Council. So I know that Council officers will be as troubled as I am that almost 50 documents were presented to this committee, including some that are incomplete on a critical issue of parking after the deadline for public speakers to register. So why is this scrutiny happening at such a late stage of such an important issue? The documents have just too many discussion points in them for me to touch on in 3 minutes, so I've just got a selection of them here. Firstly, I want to make a clarification. The information I requested as part of a previous FOI back in July is contained in this report as annexes F and Y on movements of traffic into the centre. Let me be clear, the officers have no evidence to support the assertion that restricting blue badge access to the city will significantly lower the levels of traffic. As noted in the Martin Higgett report, which I will often mention, there is reasonably widespread abuse of the existing access arrangements, yet this is never mentioned in any of the officer reports. Officers present data which demonstrates that if access points are visibly monitored, then traffic levels reduce. I'm sure there's not a single York resident who is not surprised by this revelatory piece of information. In short, there's no evidence to support that blue badge holders cannot simply be added to the hostile vehicle exemption list, along with fishmongers and selective hotels. The MHA report is outstanding, yet why did officers commission a report from a professional accessibility consultant and then ignore the recommendations? MHA presented damning evidence regarding walking distances. They suggest 4 alternative arrangements for blue badge access, yet none are considered in this strategic report. All balance the needs to protect against hostile vehicles, yet facilitate legitimate access rights of those with a disability. I did not discover any serious attempt to consider these schemes and note MHA's prioritisation of reinstating blue badge access. Why have officers not presented their reasoning for not implementing MHA's recommendations? Not only does the Strategic Access Report explicitly suggest not reinstating blue badge access, directly contradicting the MHA report, it also explicitly suggests not permitting blue badge cycling, again in contradiction of the MHA report. The MHA is evidence-led and consistent with the government guidance, notably gear change, and the Council's own published transport hierarchy. And yet, in the open brief, the officers state in point 28 that cycling will not be permitted as a matter of principle. Officers need to expand on what exactly this principle is, who is responsible for it, and why it overrides all of the guidance and evidence. As demonstrated in public inquiry to the closure of Lehman Road, City of York Council is accused by the inspector of putting commercial interests above the access needs of residents and vulnerable people. I urge this scrutiny committee to not allow this damning accusation to become a proven reputation. I strongly urge this committee to encourage officers to present option 4 to the executive, namely implement the recommendations of our externally appointed professional access and transport consultations in full. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Again, I'm sure that committee members will be taking on board all of those comments, and when we come to discuss that, I'm sure we'll want to raise some of those questions that you've raised. Thank you very much. So the next person that we have registered to speak is Peter Sheaf, who is here speaking on behalf of York Cycle Campaign. Again, Peter, same applies. You have 3 minutes to speak. I'll try to give you a heads up when you've got about 30 seconds left.
That sounds great. Thank you. Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of York Cycle Campaign. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak at such late notice. As other speakers have noted, the reports associated with this gender item only became publicly available a few days ago. We've not had time to read them all, but would be grateful if the Scrutiny Committee can consider a few questions we have regarding cycle access to the city centre. Firstly, we were impressed with the York City Centre Active Travel Access Survey carried out by Martin Higgett's Associates. It was very thorough, produced evidence-based recommendations, including a trial of a two-way cycle link north-south through the foot streets from Blake Street to Parliament Street. Therefore, we'd like to ask why officers felt why they felt it necessary to repeat much of the consultation work carried out by a professional consultancy, MHA, and carry out a fresh consultation on city centre access. We also ask if the officers responsible for putting together the fresh consultation had adequate training in designing and carrying out consultations. We feel there are serious flaws in the consultation design, with questions that were confusing and contained unsubstantiated opinion-based statements and didn't always give respondents the opportunity to feed back beyond a tick box to agree or disagree. Question 3A in the city centre access consultation is a clear example. We can't see the results of this fresh city centre access consultation in the agenda pack for this meeting, but assume the results from this consultation have informed officer recommendations. Pages 2 and 3 of the open brief lists the stakeholder groups that were selected. Why were no cycling or disability groups or bus operators included in the list of groups? This is a consultation about access to the city centre after all. Officers claim that the Martin Higgetts Associates recommendation for cross-city centre cycle routes were unworkable in practice without a complete redesign of the space. They go on to explain this further on page 7 of the open brief, saying, it is currently considered that there would be an unacceptable level of conflict risk between cyclists and pedestrians. There is insufficient space within the existing carriageway layout to provide a safe arrangement for two-way cycling in Parliament Street while allowing for vehicle access out of Foot Street hours. What evidence do officers have that there would be an unacceptable level of conflict risk between cyclists and pedestrians? Why does their evidence differ to the MHA report, which cites the good safety record on Deansgate, a shared pedestrian cycle space? We also question why officers believe there is insufficient space for safe two-way cycling in Parliament Street, and why they explicitly prioritising vehicle access over and above cycle access, when the council's own local transport strategy states a commitment to hierarchy of transport users with cyclists above vehicles. Similarly, the most recent government guidance, LTN 120, says there should always be a preference for allowing cyclists to access vehicle-restricted areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, I feel like a bit of a broken record, but I'm sure that members will have taken on board the comments that you've made and the questions that you've asked. So our next public speaker is David Harburn. Again, committee members may recall David attending the meeting on the 25th of October as chair of York CVS trustees. So David, you've heard me say it's 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll try to give you a heads up at 30 seconds out.
I should say that because I've not had time to clear this with anybody, you must take these as personal comments today. My comment is about the planned closure of foot streets to blue badge holders. The only change officers have made following your last meeting is that Castlegate will be reopened to blue badge holders next autumn. Thank you at least for that. The most compelling reason for extending closures elsewhere is the risk of terrorism. However, councils in Chester and Bath have found ways to admit blue badge holders to selected streets whilst also implementing anti-terrorism measures. Officers comment briefly on this on page 982 of today's report. They say that in Chester, access is provided for blue badge holders via a staffed barrier. If it can be done in Chester, it can be done in York. Officers go on to say that Bath has consulted over plans to reintroduce blue badge parking within its city centre counter-terror measures once COVID regulations are lifted, but has not yet made a final decision. Officers don't mention that proposals for Bath city centre would allow blue badge holders access to selected streets via a barrier operated by the CCTV control room. If it can be done in Bath, it can be done in York. As we've already heard, officers haven't recommended the closure of York foot streets to other types of vehicles, including post office, utility companies, bullion vans, and the dial-a-ride buses. There will be movable access points in Blake Street and Gudrun Gate. If barriers can be opened for some vehicles, they can be opened for blue badge holders too. We're not talking about large numbers of blue badge holders accessing the foot streets. A vehicle count was carried out in 2018. See pages 991 to 992 of your report. This recorded a maximum of 91 cars in Blake Street, 93 in Lenville, 78 in Collier Gate and 80 in Goodrum Gate. Accident figures are given on pages 985 to 986. I will cut it short and say there were 16 in 10 years in Blake Street, St Helens Square, Lenville between St Helens Square and Museum Street, Goodrum Gate, King Square and 2 in Collier Gate. Whilst any accident is regrettable, 16 in 10 years is not an overwhelming reason for closing these streets to blue badge holders. Turning to times of day, changing the start time from 10:30 to 11 would have made a small but significant improvement for blue badge holders. As for the evenings, officers say street cafes are currently open until 7 p.m. But if cafes actually remove outdoor tables and chairs by 6, blue badge users should be allowed in the city centre from 6 rather than having to wait till 7. Summing up, my view is that Foot Street closure hours should run from 11 in the morning to 6 in the evening. Within these times, blue badge holders should be allowed through staffed barriers at Blake Street and Goodrum Gate, which would permit parking on those streets and on St Helens Square, part of Lenville, King Square and Collier Gate. I have a slightly longer version of that if anyone wants a copy of it.
Thank you very much. I'll have to just double check if we can circulate that. But I was just about to say 30 seconds, as you said, summing up. So that was great. And again, I'm sure members will take on board the comments and the questions that you've raised. Thank you very much. So if you want to give the longer version of that to Jane Mellor, who's the Democracy Officer, we can ensure that that gets circulated to members and onto the executive and will be recorded formally. So the next public speaker I have is Christian Santa Barbara, who's here to represent York Couriers. Again, you'll have heard me say repeatedly now, but you have 3 minutes and I'll try to give you a heads up when you have around 30 seconds left.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, great. Okay, so good evening. I'm speaking as a late registration to this meeting, kind of at the discretion of Councillor Crawshaw. But why is that? Well, the deadline to speak at this meeting was Thursday, yet the majority of the cycle relevant documents were released the day after. To me, that stinks. Now, strictly from a pedal cycle courier point of view, a key outcome from this is the YCC's city centre cycle route. The same route which the MHA recommends the CYC implements on pages 4, 68 and 79, and many times throughout. They give heavy justification for such, recommending a trial period and implementation of the IWGB Cyclist Code of Conduct. This path would decriminalise and majorly improve the working lives of key working courier cyclists, many of whom are the reason hospitality could continue trading during the lockdowns, who deliver essential groceries and medicines to York residents. A significant proportion of our job continuity relies upon performance measures dictated by apps that disregard local pedestrianisation laws. These companies have repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that following the law puts precarious workers at risk. The companies don't care, so the CYC must act to accommodate these key workers. So what of the MHA's recommendations regarding the cycle route is reflected in the Highways Officer's report to the executives? None of it. The officers acknowledged the recommendation, then went on to prioritise, quote, some residents who perceive and feel unsafe around bicycles. This alongside upholding the false narrative of dangerous boy racers. This dismissal completely disregards the needs and access not only of the precarious workers I represent, but of those who require mobility aids and further distances the future of the foot streets from a greener, well-connected vision of the city centre. Effectively, they use some sloppy buzzwords and stereotypes, then threw this entire thing back to the long grass, as the Transport Executive did back in February. Public officials cannot spend tens of thousands of pounds of public money on an in-depth report from experienced industry experts, then use a self-serving Facebook opinion survey to dismiss those results that they don't like. It seems the quote, competition for space was won behind closed doors. I urge, this is blatantly wrong. It's harshly undemocratic and it troublingly reflects the sleaze of the central government. We're better than this and we need better than this. I urge this scrutiny panel to command a serious reconsideration of the officers' report. And if they wish to continue ignoring the citizens of York and the MHA recommendations that support the route, then they must provide an objection grounded in evidence and reality. I said this back in February during the transport exec's decision and meeting and said it was the first of many to be made. This committee has the chance to make the right decision, and I hope the voice of the grassroots is heard.
Thank you very much. You're just short of your 3 minutes there, so yeah, that's great. Thank you. And again, I'm sure committee members will take that all on board. Thank you. So I'll move us on now to our final registered speaker of the evening, which is Mick Fithian, who is speaking on behalf of York Accessibility Action and is joining us via Zoom. So Mick, I hope that you're there and can hear us okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the democracy officers for facilitating this. Since York Accessibility Action only became aware of the 40+ reports after 7:40 last Friday, and now summary reaction is as follows. In their very brief response to the YHRCN report about the exclusion of blue badge holders, officers repeatedly state that they understand the impact of their proposals on blue badge holders, which they are then expecting councillors to defer to. If only this was true, then the blue badge holders would not have had to put up with what they have for the past 18 months and previously. If the officers understood, why did they waste money creating bays at Monk Bar car park, along with providing a little used and very costly taxi service from there to the rear of Barnet's? It was because they failed to understand the negative responses disabled residents had been giving them for the past 4 years, and the responses to such consultations that are only now being mentioned. Along with selective hearing, there is also selective reading, especially when it comes to the report by Martin Higgett and Associates, Annex 7. Especially when he states, whilst endorsing CYC's ambitions to reduce vehicle intrusion into the foot streets, we consider that some blue badge access to some of the foot streets is required in the interim until a range of mitigation measures are put in place that provide people with reasonable options to access city centre destinations and facilities. So given the volume of paper officers have deluged the committee with, we recommend that the executive members read that report, if nothing else, before the meeting. The Higgett report also shows that the last records for blue badge parking from 2019 showed an average 60 parking events, which can hardly be described as excessive. Their selective reading and listening includes those statements at meetings, in response to surveys, in emails and in consultations, where they have been repeatedly told shared use parking bays exacerbate parking issues for blue badge holders, and that bays need to be of a size to fit the range of vehicles used by blue badge holders, which is also supported by the Higgett report.
That's 30 seconds.
It would have been so much better to have left the double yellow lines in place, which at least allowed 3 hours, unlike the unlimited time in some other cities. It should not be up to York's disabled community to propose solutions for their road closures. It should have been down to officers to provide mitigations before removing access. For after all, they claim to have understood the impacts for 4 years. The solutions at Chester and potentially Bath remain an open option, yet officers bat them away in a sentence. A blue badge is paid for by the user every 3 years after a very stringent application process. One doesn't need to own a car to have one, as some councillors and officers appear to think, and you can use it in any vehicle. The holder is a passenger in.
That's the time. If you could just wrap up very briefly.
Okay, for example, with a relative carer or friend driving, or even a taxi, it's time to get the disabled person where they need to be, to give them their independence. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And again, I'm sure the committee members will have listened carefully and will take on board the comments that you're making. So thanks for your time this evening. So that brings us then to the end of the public participation section. So I'll move us on to agenda item 3, which is the substantive item this evening. It's sort of got 2 titles, so I've got it listed as City Centre Vision, Accessibility and Traffic Regulation, but it's also consideration of changes to the City Centre Traffic Regulation Order as contained within the volume of reports that we have before us. What I want to just briefly do is summarise the 2 meetings that took place on the 25th of October, and then invite officers to give us a sort of a whistle-stop overview of what information has been provided to us, and in particular to answer, I think we asked a number of questions on the 25th of October, which were to come back to this committee with answers on. And then obviously there's a range of recommendations which are going to be going forward to executive. So in terms of the 2 meetings that were held on the 25th of October, the first meeting at 2, which was a joint committee meeting between CSMC and the Health Adult Social Care Committee, heard quite a lot of testimony about the impacts on disabled people, and acknowledged that for some people there may not be mitigation to the loss of access caused by removing the blue badge exemption. Professor Paul Grady, or Grady I should say, Professor Paul Grady from the Centre for Applied Human Rights at York University, I think gave quite a key point, certainly to my mind, which was to say that the council, if we think that we're knowingly going to discriminate against an already marginalised group by excluding them from the city centre, then the legal bar for that has to be very high in terms of the consultation and the justifications required. I think also Councillor Webb summarised quite well that it felt a bit wrong way round, that we were debating how much access it was acceptable for disabled people to lose, rather than starting from the position of saying how much access can we improve for disabled people. And then finally, Councillor Doughty, as the chair of the Health Scrutiny Committee, asked his committee members for a sort of a temperature test, as it were, in terms of accepting the recommendations of the York Human Rights City Network report, which you can find in your agenda packs this evening at Annex U. There were 4 recommendations there, and the members of the committee present gave the indication that they would endorse those recommendations, but we should just be clear, it wasn't a formal recommendation from that committee, so it's just to note for us when we're discussing it this evening. In terms of the later meeting that evening, the Economy in Place and CSMC meeting, I've just noted down a few points. I've discussed them with Councillor Norman, so I'll just summarise them, but Councillor Norman, if there's anything that you feel I missed, do feel free to jump in. So we had quite a lot of contribution around positive footfall figures that we've seen in York post-COVID, and noted that there are fewer empty shops in York than there are in other local authority areas. We acknowledged the strong independence that we have in York and aspirations to grow York's early evening economy, and noted particularly, I think Councillor Hook made some comments around that needing to be not just bars and restaurants, but thinking about that sort of European model where there are shops open late and it's part of a whole economy, not just certain parts of the economy being open in the early evening. We heard a number of frustrations raised over courier access, particularly in relation to hot food deliveries. And I think there was some discussion about competition between blue badge spaces and loading and delivery access spaces. And likewise heard some frustrations over delivery access for shops and restaurants getting things into the Foot Streets area. And then there was a little bit of discussion towards the end where York Civic Trust had raised some questions around making streets not look like roads and therefore people behaving differently in those areas. I think the example of King Square was noted as being sort of quite obviously not a road until it becomes closer down to Whitmer-Watmorgate, where it becomes more obviously a road. And so there were some questions around whether or not more could be done to look at the actual public realm infrastructure to try to encourage some of the behaviours that we're seeking to achieve. So I think both of those meetings asked for further information on a few points which are summarised at paragraph 94 in the first of the reports for this evening. And then the recommendations are also set out, I think, at the following couple of paragraphs. So if I could perhaps hand over to officers just to give us that summary, and if you've been noting down some of the questions that were raised by some of the public speakers and are able to address any of those at the same time, that would obviously be welcome as well.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. So, as you've alluded to, really, on the 25th of October, in the papers that we presented, we talked about the exec reports that we were starting to draft and think about for executive on the 18th of November. They weren't written at that point in time. Indeed, one of the consultations actually finished on the day of the committee. But we did reference those 3 draft reports, and if memory serves me correctly, we put the forward plan items into the papers for that committee. What we've done for you this evening is present 3 of those reports as they are now drafted, not in their final version. As you rightly allude, we need to consider the outcomes of tonight's meeting, but we've put forward those reports into the papers that you've got before you, and that is designed to help you make recommendations to executive. In addition, what we've also done, and I appreciate it's been a note of contention, is also publish the annexes that we plan will actually be accompanying the exec report. So there's nothing in those papers that we're not planning to take to exec. There are some elements that aren't in there yet, and I think we've heard that the parking review strategy isn't within those papers, but what we've done is prioritise the bits of work that had been referenced on the 25th of October meeting, so that we prioritise those annexes that you raised at the meeting. What I would also say is a significant proportion of those annexes are already in the public domain. They've previously been considered by executive, they're already on the website in other places. What I do think is important, though, and the reason why we've published all those annexes, is to make sure that the decisions are made in context and all the information and previous decisions are set out so that you and executive consider it in the absolute round. Andy, I don't know whether you want to just briefly talk about the error and the reason members got a second batch of papers.
Yeah, after we'd submitted 2 of the reports, there was just one tiny error in the exec report on the strategic review of access and the accompanying strategy. It was literally a graphic which had been labelled wrong. So we recirculated those and they went live online in the correct version, but it did mean that we had to reprint the ones for committee tonight. It was just a simple labelling error, but just to explain why that happened.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt that. One graph was printed wrong and we've had the whole lot reprinted again, is that
No, not
correct?
the whole lot, just the relevant page.
Just that page has been reprinted.
Yeah.
Phew, I was just thinking.
Yeah, no, sorry, it was just to give the correct version out. It was caught before, but it was caught online, it went live. We just wanted to make sure that that was aware of.
Okay.
Just microphone.
So in terms of the recommendations to exec, there are 3 reports. And in terms of the recommendations, the My City Centre recommendations are actually on page 2 of the agenda supplement. And if you'd like, Chair, it might be useful to leave this slide up at the end to help members of the committee navigate the way around. The strategic review of city centre access and council parking, the recommendations are on page 184 of your agenda supplement. And the recommendations for the consideration of changes to the city centre track regulation order are on pages 454 to 456 of the agenda.
I think in terms of giving page numbers, all of the committee members have had documents that don't have page numbers on them. So what you'll need to do in terms of telling us where recommendations are is if you could tell us the paragraph number within the relevant agenda item or annex, and then we can identify where they are.
Right, okay.
I'll give you 5 minutes, don't worry. Right. So in your second tome, you have page numbers. So you should be able to find the agenda items or the recommendations from there.
Can I just raise a point of order of clarity? In the annexes section of the report, in the TRO consultation, I know annexes MNO are labelled as to what they are. Annex P doesn't appear to actually be labelled as to what it is. What is Annex P?
Annex P, if you look, you're absolutely correct.
It looks the same as Annex Q to me.
No, it is different. Annex P, if you look at...
It is referred to in the beginning of in the main report. Like the overview report, it is referred to. So
just bear with me, I'll find the reference that Councillor Baker is talking to. It's in paragraph 75, which is on page 465. And it details the number of people who said that they wouldn't shop in York as a result of the changes. So you're absolutely right, Councillor Norman. It's an error in the list of annexes, but it is referenced in the report at para 75. Shall I continue? You happy?
Yeah, if you want to carry on, that.
Yeah. So I can come back to that slide if that's helpful for members about where the recommendations actually are in the supplements. As was alluded to at the scrutinies on the 25th of October, a number of requests for information were made. So the first one was an officer response to the York Human Rights City Network report, and that is contained in Annex V at page 979, as has been requested. You also asked for some analysis of the consultation, which ended on the 25th of October. That's been attached as Annex 5 to the Strategic Review report and is at page 269 of your agenda supplement. You also asked if we've got any accident data for the last 5 years. What we've published is for the last 10 years, just to be absolutely clear, and that's included in Annex W on page 983 of the agenda supplement. You asked for data on blue badge parking occurrences, and it's not both pre and post COVID was your request. We haven't got directly comparable data, but we have published both at Annex F and Annex AB, the data that we do have. You also asked if we could find data to see how many people would not be physically able to access the foot streets if blue badge exemptions were removed. We haven't got a data set that gives us a definition that would accurately reflect that, but actually touching on what Councillor Norman just raised, Annex P starts to give that, and there are 125 people who said they wouldn't shop in York. I don't think it directly relates. It's not a data set that says this many people won't be able to access, but it's a figure that, you know, is relevant and to be borne in mind. You also asked about speed limits within the foot streets, and as confirmed at para 95 on page 470, the foot street speed limit is currently 30 miles an hour, but there is an advisory speed limit of 10 miles an hour, and an advisory speed limit isn't enforceable with penalties. So I think that answers the questions that were raised last time. We also discussed the legal advice that was being received in response to the sort of difficulty in making this decision. So part of setting out the full exec report is making sure that you can see the legal advice that executive will be receiving as well in relation to the council's duties and responsibilities. And that's in para 153 of the report at page 481. And I think just to conclude the sort of presentation, I think what executive have been asked to do is consider all three reports and the improvements to access across all three reports, and then consider if in approving those, the recommendations of the third report are reasonable and proportionate, and having considered the quality impact assessment, which is Annex AA at page 489. So I have got a list of page numbers to reflect your packs if that would help at any point. So I think that's probably the presentation on where we've got to tonight.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, can we have the slide with the numbers on for recommendations? There's a slide that came up.
Yeah, the
That's
first
one. Yep,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, great. So in terms of officers, that's you for now, is that correct? Yeah, brill. So I think, obviously, I don't want to labour the point, but it's been raised a number of times about the volume of information, and you've seen me struggling to find where things are. I think we are where we are this evening in terms of what we can do with the information going forward. But I think somebody in the public speaking raised the point, which I think is a really important point, just generally for not just yourselves present this evening, but I think, you know, for us as a council overall, when we are looking to make difficult decisions or decisions that are balancing a number of competing factors, we really do need to be better at articulating the information in a way that is accessible to people. Because I think that there are a number of people who have spent considerable hours over the weekend trying to make sense of this volume of information, not just to people around the table, but a number of people in the city who are stakeholders. The feedback I've had from a number of people over the weekend is that people feel that it has been excluding. It's made them feel as if they cannot contribute because of the sheer volume of stuff that's been put forward. I do understand some of the reasoning behind wanting to make as much data and information available as possible. But I think, as I say, I don't want to make this specifically about any of you here this evening. It's a more a general point around the council. I think we do all need to think about how we present information in a way that is accessible to the stakeholders, residents, people who want to be involved in some of this decision making. Councillor Vassar, did you want to just make a point on those lines as well?
Just an opening point in relation to what you said, Chair, and to echo what you said to start with all of this. I, like you, recognise that we need lots of bits of paper to show that we've done a proper thing, proper research, and we've got the evidence we need. But no one gets round town on pieces of paper. Even Aladdin had to use a carpet, for goodness sake. So the idea that we manage things with 1,000 sheets of paper on strategic issues is completely bizarre to me. I can't imagine any management, serious management situation where someone would get 1,000 pages to wade through to make strategic decisions on basis of principles. It seems to me that we're in a situation that is summed up by what you see in Germany is they have a word, paperclip riders, which is a word for bureaucracy and bureaucrats and technocrats. And I don't say this disrespectfully, but it seems as if we're in this situation where the bigger the problem is, the more paper we need. I don't think that that's actually, there's a correlation between those things. And it's very regrettable for this whole process, for the subject that we are looking at, for the progress of the city, for these issues to have become mired in tens of thousands of sheets of paper. And that's just my opening thoughts, Chair.
Thank you. Neil, I'll give you the opportunity, obviously, to respond to that.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. I very much sympathise with the comments being made by the public and by members around the table. I think it's probably a useful scrutiny item in itself to understand how members wish significant volumes of information which officers are bombarded in daily basis for FOIs, EOIs to be made available to back up any decision might be made available to assist the decision-making process, but then not subject to these accusations that it hasn't been made available or has been effectively excluded from public debate. So I think it's a really relevant point that you're all making, and one that maybe would be useful to be subject to the CSMC future scrutiny as to how we make available significant volumes of information in a publicly transparent way, both to decision makers and to the public, and also answer the constant requirement for more information, more detail, for full disclosure of everything that officers have undertaken and produced during the process of making a decision. In terms of the volume that's in front of you, it reflects the sheer quantity of work that has been done by officers on your behalf over the last year. The volume of paper is minuscule compared to the volume of paper that has been used over that full year. the hundreds of hours of officers' time that has been spent in undertaking the consultations and the work. So it's just a challenge back to yourselves as to how do you want it taken forward, because this is the detail that democracy seems to demand today.
Councillor Musson, did you want to just make a point on that?
Yeah, I just want to sort of emphasise that I don't think anyone around this table, any members of the public, are, you know, questioning the amount of work that's gone into it, and I know the volume reflects the amount of work, but the effect that this has on, I mean, I'm going to use a specific group, but honestly, it impacts everyone. For example, people with neurodiverse conditions trying to access or navigate this is impossible. It's hard for people who are neurotypical to navigate this. I appreciate what you said about, well, we might be accused about withholding information, but honestly, it kind of ended up the other way, where nothing can be found, and in effect it's been buried. Some of this, for a member of the public, you may not have published because they can't find it and they can't navigate it, and because of the lateness of it, they couldn't respond to it anyway. I think it's really unfortunate, because I really appreciate that we get the opportunity to do pre-decision scrutiny. I think it's a great opportunity, but that precludes us doing a call-in. And if we do a pre-decision scrutiny on the basis of this unnavigable tome, as the chair referred to it, and then we can't do a call-in, and we haven't had all the time to prepare for, you know, 1,000 pages, it really draws into question the democratic basis of any consultation we're able to do. I understand it's difficult, but I think you referred to some reports have been published or in the public domain previously. I would personally find it really helpful if you plan to include something like that in an annex, of sending out in advance, because even if we had got these pages 5 days before when we did, it's still 1,000 pages. You know, it could have been sent in more time, I think. But I appreciate all the work that's gone into it, and no one's questioning that.
Councillor Rowley, I'll take your comment, and then I don't want us to spend too much time on the papers themselves. I think I would like to get into the content.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I echo the comments of Councillor Vasey and Councillor Musson. You know, receiving this report in paper format on Friday, and then expecting me to read through, digest and understand the report in 2 days, bearing in mind that today is a working day for many of us, just is impossible. And I feel almost disenfranchised from this process because I've not been able to have the due diligence that it deserves. And notwithstanding that, the amount of paper is absolutely just from my point of view, from an environmental point of view, you know, we've got COP26 going on and we're sat here. And I appreciate Neil's comment about this is just as, you know, a small amount. It makes me even more frustrated, the amount of paper that will have been used and wasted in the whole process. I wasn't able to bring the 1,000 pages tonight simply because I wasn't able to do that with coming from work. So, but I can access it electronically. So I think in the age that we're in, I think as members, we should be given an opportunity to choose whether to receive it in paper format, which I understand some members will want, or to have it electronically. And for me, saving the planet and having it electronically is far better than 1,000 pages delivered to me. And might I also add, in terms of a waste of financial resources, it was couriered. I had a guy knock on my door at 6:30 on Friday for me to sign for the papers. And I just think from an environmental point of view, it's bonkers.
Thanks, Councillor Rowley. Councillor Orwell, I can see your hand twitching over the microphone, and then Councillor Baker, but could we just be quick on this point and then we'll move us on?
Very brief. I agree with all the sentiments about the amount of paper, etc., and the wastage. Just to query, would we be open to any sort of legal challenge if we didn't provide all the evidence that we've been given?
I'm not sure it's legal challenge, especially for this committee. That's probably only a consideration for the decision-making process and executive, would be my view. But I think the point, just to come back, is that some of the annexes only really become apparent once you start drafting the report. And part of the narrative of particularly the TR Traffic Regulation Order report, is the context of the previous decisions become really important to understanding the rest of the report. The first draft of it didn't have that in. So on the 25th of October, I wouldn't have included all those previous decisions that I think are important an important part of understanding the narrative of what has happened so far to get us to the point we're at today.
Councillor Baker.
Just quickly, I'm pretty sure you can opt out of receiving this courier to your door. I'm sure the democracy officers would be quite happy for you to say no, thank you. And I'm pretty sure we've all come here as well prepared as we can, given the position that we're in as members, and we've got questions ready to ask. So I think we should carry on with it.
Okay, so Janie's just confirmed me that members can opt out of receiving paper copies. So I'm sure that if you contact them services, we'll be able to follow that up. The only point I would make, and I appreciate what you're saying, James, about some of it not becoming aware before you were writing the report, but this is the third of 3 scrutiny meetings on this topic. I think if there were documents that were available in the public domain prior to this evening's meeting, I would have liked them to have been made available to the meeting on the 25th of October, because actually spreading that out and being able to have the opportunity to digest over a period of time does make for better context and ultimately, hopefully, better decision making. Anyway, I think we've made those points enough, and I'll move us on to the main sort of discussion. So what I want members to try to hold in mind this evening, obviously there may be points of clarification within the papers and within some of the annexes. I want to try to get through any points of clarification as best as we can, but also just to be holding in mind a couple of thoughts. One is that we are here to make recommendations potentially to executive around the decision making here. So there are a number of recommendations within the reports. We may want to consider whether we agree with those recommendations, whether we want to comment or amend those recommendations. There may be other things that are not considered or contained within these recommendations that we may want executive to bear in mind during their decision making, and we are at liberty to make a recommendation to executive to consider something else that's ancillary to this. And the thing that I think for me is a really important issue, and in some respects comes to the heart of the decision making overall on this, we are balancing some very difficult things, but at the heart of it is people, and it doesn't really matter what category of people you might be, you are all people, and we have to keep that in mind. But when you are reading elements of the report and it's referring to disabled people, that's a protected characteristic under the Equalities Act. There are a number of protected characteristics under the Equalities Act, and I think as a sense check, substitute the word black or Asian or gay or female or any of the other protected characteristics for disabled person or disabled people when you are reading these sentences. Because I think if you read that and you feel uncomfortable with one of those other protected characteristics being a substitute within that, then you need to question whether you think that that is then appropriate in terms of the mitigation or the way that that is being handled and dealt with. Neil, did you want to comment on that?
Can I just note that when you were making that comment about other protected characteristics, we're talking about vehicular access because of those protected characteristics. So I just alert members to the fact that if you were to substitute black, Asian, etc., we're talking about the driving of the vehicle.
No, we're talking about access.
Not their protected.
We're talking about access, and I think we need to be really clear about that. We are talking about access, and we then need to be considerate as to whether or not we're comfortable with the wording and the mitigations as they're being presented. So just 1 second and I'll bring you in, Councillor Lomas. The way that I want to run the meeting this evening is obviously raise your hand if you're wanting to start a substantive question. But if you do feel you want to make a supplementary comment or add on to the item that's being discussed, the topic that's being discussed at the time, if you could sort of wave at me and make it clear that it's an addition to what's being discussed at the time. So if I'm catching your eye and I'm seeing that you're wanting to make a question, I'll be noting you down and taking you in order. But if I see you sort of frantically waving or saying supplementary or something like that, I'll know that it's a point on the topic that we're discussing and I will try to bring you in. So I had Councillor Lomas with a hand up first. I then see Councillor Musson with a hand, and I'll take everybody as I see you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to come in on that point that that Neil just made, because I think that is part of the problem. This is not about cars or whether people can or cannot drive cars into the city centre. This is about equal access to the city centre for people. It's not about cars, it's about people. And on that note, I have a question about the public sector equality duty, which is mentioned several times in the report. It's not explored in any of the equality analyses properly. It is mentioned, but it is not explored and it is not addressed. It is, however, addressed on page 481 and 482 in paragraph 153, legal inequalities. So it says, quite rightly and properly, it explains what the public sector equality duty is, that it goes further than just prohibiting discrimination and other prohibited conduct, but public authorities must advance equality of opportunity between persons who share a relevant protected characteristics and persons who do not share it, and to foster good relations between persons who share that characteristic and persons who don't share it. It then goes on to say in the next paragraph over on page 482 at the top, it is considered that the council has complied with the PSED statutory criteria, having fully engaged with those with protected characteristics, most specifically disabled people, in order to understand and have due regard to the impacts the proposals would have on these groups. My question is, because the public sector equality duty quite clearly says we've got to go further than just listing what the disproportionate impact is. We have to do something about it. We have to advance equality. We have to foster these good relations. What has been done to ensure that the council has complied with public sector equality duty? Because all of the other mentions in this whole document, the 1,000 pages, the other approximately 55 mentions of the public sector equality duty that I found are from people saying that the council is breaching it. The report by the Human Rights City Board says that the council is breaching it. So please explain how the public sector equality duty has been complied with, how the council will be advancing equality of opportunity between persons with the relevant protected characteristic of disability and those without it, and fostering those good relations between the people who share that protected characteristic and people who do not share it.
I think as the report lays out, particularly from para 144 onwards, there are several things being weighed up in the balance here, and there isn't a single killer fact or piece of information that makes this an easy decision. It is a very difficult decision that needs to be balanced and weighed up in the round. As has been highlighted in the report, it considers a number of human rights, not least the right to life, which is at the heart of the hostile vehicle mitigation measures, but it also considers the impacts on people with a protected characteristic. As I say, officers, in making the recommendations that are sat before you, the first 3 reports are about trying to improve access to the cities. The first 2 reports, sorry, are about trying to improve access to the city centre in the round. And every one of the recommendations in there, I think, would improve access. What executive will be asked to consider is whether that is proportionate to the harm that is being caused to some people with a protected characteristic, and whether that is the right decision to be made. And that is what executive will be asked to consider on the 18th.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Emma saying a supplementary.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, that's not what the public sector equality duty actually means. The public sector equality duty says that the council has a duty to advance equality of opportunity, and that they should be fostering good relations. And that was my specific question. Telling me about other things that you considered doesn't really help. I want to know how the council has advanced equality of opportunity, for those with a disability, and how the council has fostered good relations between those who have a disability and those who do not.
Andy, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, just set out that in the strategic review of city centre access, there's a number of recommendations in there, which is on page 192, and then that's supported by an action plan around funding sources and how that will be delivered. Within that, there is, as Helen Jones requested in her call, the creation of an access officer post. Further dedicated parking bays to be created wherever possible on the edge of the foot streets, which we know from some people have said that that doesn't provide a solution for them to access the foot streets, but some people have told us parking is suitable in those locations. We've got investment in the shop mobility and dial-a-ride services and aiming to improve the service offer of those and how they work for disabled people, based on the feedback that we've had from the different workshops that we've run with disabled groups to understand the impact on them of any changes, and also how we improve access to the city centre. There's a feasibility study in there for an EV shuttle service, and there's a commitment in there that we're looking to fund proactive travel funding, but we are also, in James's report, committing to prioritise transport funding into improving drop curbs, level access, improving pavements across the city centre, and putting in benches at strategic points on key access routes, which we're looking to co-design with disabled people. There's more in there that I won't go on, but that's just an example of some of the things that we're trying to do. And there's an extensive series of actions about when they'd be delivered as well within that report.
Thank you. Councillor Lomas, I think I saw you first with this. I'm assuming that these are supplementaries, Councillor Musson, and then Councillor Baker also. Is that supplementary as well?
Yeah.
Supplementary. So no, it's an open discussion. So yeah. Councillor Lomas.
Yeah, just on that, I'm just looking at those recommendations that you signposted us to, and I note with interest that you refer to the comments that Helen Jones made about having an access officer. We didn't refer to her comment that 78% of blue badge holders who responded to the survey don't agree that there is parking close enough. And a simple check of the eligibility rules for blue badge parking and the diagram, reference to the diagram, excuse me, there's a lot of pages in here, so I need to get the page number right. The diagram, I think on page 348, it shows that the 150 metre span, the little circles, it's really helpful. The 150 metre span is entirely within the foot streets where there is no access. And for blue badge eligibility, you need to evidence that you cannot walk 50 metres or it is difficult, painful or dangerous for you to walk 50 metres. So please explain to me how people who have a blue badge are supposed to access the city centre areas within those foot streets. And please explain to me how that therefore is advancing equality of opportunity. And please explain to me how pitting the needs of one group against the needs of the other is fostering good relations.
Andy?
I'd just say that we've never intended to pit different groups against each other. I'm not sure where that accusation comes from.
I mean, I'll just jump in at that point. I think my site and York Sight Loss Council on the 25th of October were both very clear that they felt that that had happened on a number of occasions over the last 18 months. And they were very clear that they were speaking in unison with the other disability advocacy groups. I think when we see in the report, and I'm sorry, I don't know what page number it is, but there's certainly references to, oh, you know, this is an improvement for me because I have sight loss, or, you know, what have you, not having vehicles around. I think that that is taken as pitting one group against another. And I think that that's where a lot of the hurt and upset has come from. Because I think that the disability advocacy groups, as far as I understand it, have been unanimous actually in their critique of some of the way that this has been handled. Neil, I see your hand jump up, and then I'm going to come to Councillor Musson, Councillor Baker, and then I will come back to you, Councillor Lennox.
Just to reflect, firstly, the comments from Councillor Lomas in terms of the harm being undertaken by effectively the removal of the exemption. The report acknowledges there is harm, and effectively, as James has outlined, that's as a result of a complex deliberation as to balancing the difficult decision in front of the executive on the 18th of November. And that does reflect the fact that different groups will be impacted differently by the removal of vehicles. This is, the fundamental reason as to why we have democratic decision making is because the rights of one group of individuals balanced against the right of another group of individuals is a function of government. And this is why the decision is being made by politicians. This is why we've put such a significant body of evidence in front of you. And this is why clearly you've got this opportunity and the previous opportunities to undertake detailed scrutiny of the evidence behind that decision making. It isn't easy, and it does effectively involve the balancing of a complex decision based around individuals' rights.
James, do you want to comment on that point as well? I will come to the people whose hands have been raised.
Yeah, just to quickly flag, on page 351, which is the Martin Higgett report, it does helpfully give some of the distances, which I think we discussed last time on the 25th, about what some of them actually mean. And on there, it does explain the difference between what the advice is around 50 metres, the distance between 50 and 100 metres, and the difference between 150 to 400 metres. So the up to 400 metres is often used as the maximum distance to walk to a bus stop. The up to 150 metres is within the inclusive mobility document, which from memory is a DFT document, which is the recommended distance without arrest for visually impaired people and wheelchair users. And the 50 metres is the mobility impaired using a stick. So it's just putting those, I'm not defending them, I'm just putting those distances that we've talked about previously into some context.
Thank you for that. I think the point that Councillor Lomas, I'm sure we'll be able to make again, is though that to be eligible for a blue badge, if I've understood her point correctly, you have to effectively be able to demonstrate that you can't walk more than 50 metres. Certainly that's, I think, the criteria for PIP. And so if we are working on 150 metres, that's 3 times further than the people who will be excluded by this extension are able, by definition, to walk or travel.
Yeah, I think there are different qualifying. There are automatic qualifying, and I think the 50 metres is the automatic qualification, which I accept completely. But I think that's why the advice within the Martin Higgett report talks about rest stops, and that's part of the recommendations in Andy's report, which is to review the rest stops across the city centre.
So I'm going to come to the people with supplementaries, but I am just going to make this point because I think it's pertinent. I don't believe that we have rest stops at every 50 metres throughout the city centre. So members may want to consider whether it's appropriate to proceed down this route without those rest stops in place, given that the exclusion area is further than blue badge holders are able to walk by definition of being eligible for their blue badge. Now, in terms of the order of supplementaries, I had Councillor Musson, and then I'll come to Councillor Baker and back to Councillor Lomas. Councillor Musson.
Thank you, Chair. My contribution might be a bit disjointed because as we've been speaking, I've thought of several other things that I feel like I want to say. The first is the most recent, which is that it would be great if we could quantify everyone's mobility by neat little chunks of 50 metres, and that always was the case. But the nature of disability is that it can be quite fluid. It can be worse on particular days. You might fail, and I say fail, an assessment saying that you can walk 50 metres one day, but your health might deteriorate another day and be far worse. We can't assume that if someone can't walk 50 metres, that then they'll recover by sitting on a bench for 10 minutes and then be able to walk another 50. That's not the way that a lot of people's health works. So we can't just say, well, as long as there's stops, we can do whatever distance we like, because that's not the impact that some people feel. with their own health, and that is going to be completely individual and not something that we can quantify using, you know, as I said, chunks of 50 metres. The thing that struck me when I was reading the report, and has struck me repeatedly through the opening of this meeting, is there still seems to be this misunderstanding of our legal duties in terms of human rights and equality. We keep using the word balance and conflicting rights, and an assessment about whether we've breached our legal duty is not a discussion about how we can balance, well, if we've breached it, then we can compensate. And in fact, in the equalities impact assessment, there is a statement that says, well, this might have a negative effect, but we could view some of the other positive measures as compensatory, and that is not an acceptable from an equality point of view way of describing that some sort of negative impact is acceptable. It's just not correct. I was quite troubled that in the names of the people who completed the impact assessment, the areas of expertise were, you know, regeneration, housing, town planning, economy, and legal. There weren't any names on areas of expertise on that list that actually related to, you know, detailed knowledge of equalities and human rights law. There weren't any names saying, you know, has lived experience of this thing. So I kind of felt that the actual equalities impact was more of a tick box exercise. It didn't acknowledge all the complexities that you can read about in Annex P particularly. I mean, one response that particularly struck me in Annex P is someone feeling that they can't go to the hairdresser or bank, they can't meet friends. It's sad. The only thing that makes me disabled is people like you. And reading there is an inclusion of a couple of the human rights rules that you can't breach is your well-being, your autonomy, and taking part in the community. And I just feel very plainly that this is the impact that this has, and no amount of compensatory measures can heal the fact that we might become in breach of the Human Rights Act. And I don't think that we can ever describe equalities as a balancing act. I think it's actually quite frankly upsetting to people, and I wish we'd stop describing it like that. I had another point. So one of the earlier speakers talked about selective reading and listening, and there's a lot of responses in here saying, what's the point in me objecting because you're going to do it anyway? I doubt you'll change your mind. I really welcome the proposal of an access officer, but to me, the point is a lot more underlying and cultural. We've paid a lot of money for an assessment to be done. A lot of people, as has been stated before, have spent hours and hours of their time in what must be quite uncomfortable because they have to relive a very unpleasant exclusion that they face their entire life, and still we don't seem to listen to it or acknowledge it. So to me, I would love us to have an access officer, but where's the strategic promise from all other areas of the council that that's not going to become a tick box post, that we're actually going to listen to that person? There's a lot of papers, so apologies for the amount of points that I'm raising in such a short time and the disjointedness of them, but I feel very strongly about this, so as I'm sure you're aware, so apologies for that. But I do just feel that we still don't have a fundamental understanding, despite declaring that we're a human rights city, of actually how human rights work, which is troubling. And it makes me kind of worried that we're saying we are a human rights city when actually, when we're doing our assessments, there doesn't seem to be an understanding of our own duties. And that would be something that I think would need to be explored in a more general sense going forward. But particularly in these reports and some of the phrasing used, it's quite present. And thanks for indulging my rambly contribution there, Chair.
Thank you. I saw Neil put a hand up at one point during that to come back, and I will come to you in just one moment. I will just make a comment, and then I've just got a question for Jamie. Just on the last point that you made there, Councillor Musson, around the human rights city. Again, I think that this is where it starts to become quite difficult in the way that things are being presented and the volume of information and the rest of it. My understanding is that the Human Rights and Equalities Board were, I don't want to put words into their mouth, so I don't want to say troubled because that's a pejorative word, but they were concerned around the way in which the Equalities Act and the Human Rights Act was being applied, and their duty is to ensure that the particularly Human Rights Act is something which runs through council decision-making and council policy. My understanding is that as a result of that concern, they commissioned the Human Rights City Network to produce the report, which is within this pack at Annex U, I think it is off the top of my head. And obviously that's then been responded to by officers, but there are a number of things that were raised within that. Janie, I just wanted to clarify with you, if I may, because in the 25th of October, during that meeting, I think there was a question asked, which was along the lines of the point that was made there around the legal advice, and particularly, I think, external legal advice, and whether that was from an equalities specialist. And I think you confirmed that that was who we were seeking legal advice from. I'm not aware as to whether or not we've received that advice yet. If we could just let us know where that's up to, and if it is available, where it's in these reports, and if it's not yet available, when it might be available.
So our legal advisor has drafted and confirmed the contents of the legal advice at page 481 that Councillor Lomas has already referred to.
So that's advice from an external equality specialist?
Yes.
Thank you. And Neil, did you want to come in? I'm sorry, you're flicking. I've got you down on my list to come back round. I do need to come to Councillor Baker, who had been wanting to raise a point. Sorry, just one minute. I'm just waiting to get Neil in to make his response.
It's really just to confirm that officers have to make 4 recommendations that are legally compliant. We've sought the appropriate advice, as Jamie's confirmed. The recommendations in front of members on the 18th of November ultimately will be a matter for the courts to decide if it goes there, but we've sought appropriate legal advice to make sure that the decision in front of executive will be legally compliant in respect of our human rights and equalities duties.
Thank you for confirming that. Could you just confirm further, because obviously the way that you seek legal advice can determine how that advice is given and received. Did we seek it in terms of saying, is what we are doing, are we clear that we're not doing anything unlawful? Or did we seek it in terms of, what does the legislation say we should be doing in order to be meeting the legislation? I appreciate it's a slightly semantics there, but I think it does matter. In terms
Chair, I think that's been more me to address. So I've not been as specific. It's been a lot more global than that. And so part of my assurance mechanism and being the chief legal advisor for the city is for me to feel comforted by the external legal advice. So I have ensured that a number of questions have been asked, plus the A and other. Is there anything else that has been missed, to make sure that it's all encompassing and that our external legal advisor has not been restricted in any way, shape or form from putting a view forward. So we've more or less given open floor space to our external legal advisor to ensure that all areas are covered. So I wouldn't be undertaking my job properly if I put restrictions, unnecessary restrictions on the advice received for the benefit of Neil and
I'm not suggesting for a second that you would do so. I guess the point I'm making is just whether the question is framed in a, would it be unlawful if we did this? Or what does the legislation say about this? And so it's just clarifying
it's
that
not quite as easy as that. It is. There is an element of scenario setting. There is an element of examples. There is an element of please observe, read, etc. Please just give us your opinion. Being very, very open so as not to influence the external legal advisor in any way. And then it's a series of conversations or supplemental questions. So it is certainly not it is certainly ensuring that the external legal advisor has got the open floor space to advise across the full remit of the area without feeling restricted by the nature of instructions that have been sent by myself. And it is a two-way dialogue as well, I must admit. And just to confirm that I fully acknowledge I've got a professional client, and therefore the instruction of external legal advice is a joint one, but it's ultimately in my name, but it's a joint process. And my professional clients have just as much ability to feed into that, to challenge, ask questions, and again, without any form of restriction whatsoever. It's an open floor space to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to ask the questions that they need to.
Thank you for confirming that. So I have got Councillor Baker next, and Councillor Vassie, I've also seen you, so I've got you on my list as well.
Thanks, Chair. So this is a supplementary to Councillor Lomas's original question. It's about the issue of fostering relations, which, you know, it's horrible that we've got to this point where relations are not good. But I'd just like to clarify something that was another commissioned piece of work that the Human Rights and Equalities Board endorsed, which was specifically to do that, to try and do something else to foster better relations. So yes, they commissioned the report that we have here written by the by the York Human Rights City Network, but they also commissioned a specific co-design session that was chaired by David here on the 20th of October. And I know David spoke on the 25th of October, but I didn't really feel that I got a sense of what that session, what the outcomes from that session were. So I am quite disappointed that there isn't any specific report analysis from that session, as it was commissioned by the Human Rights and Equalities Board and chaired independently by CVS. I've struggled to find whether there is mention of it really. I can't find it in summaries of engagement or reports on the engagement over the mitigations considered. So I'm disappointed, and I would love to know what, as that was a specific co-design session to foster relations better, perhaps at the at the final hour, as it were. I mean, maybe Andy can say a bit more about that session. He was there on the 20th of October. And if from within that session there were, which I imagine, suggestions of how can we allow some access to us, some blue badge holders, perhaps on a higher level green list group, which obviously, of course, we've heard from lots and lots of people that we're trying to get to the point where perhaps blue badge holders could be also added to the exemption through the barriers. If those kind of options were suggested in a co-design session, I would like to see and hear now perhaps what we can do to further that suggestion of allowing some people through the barriers, if that's their only method.
Andy, I will let you come back on that. I would just note that David Harben, who spoke this evening, and I see him in my line of view, was obviously at the table on the 25th of October, and we did have quite reasonable feedback in terms of a sort of presentation from David about the findings of that meeting on the 20th of October. And I think I was trying to recollect as you were going through, if I could summarize, very briefly, but I think the general consensus from that meeting was still a feeling of frustration and disheartenment on behalf of the various advocacy groups who felt that the council wasn't meaningfully engaging. And I do apologise, Andy, it's really difficult, and I will let you speak in a moment. But
yes,
I think
so
that
it's
there
the
was
results of what was heard at that co-design session that I would like a response from.
But I think that there was a feeling from a number of people at that session, if I've understood it correctly, that the words that we say don't always match the actions and decisions that we make and take, if I've got that the right way around. And I think that therein is where some of the difficulty lies, because I think that we do talk about co-production and we do talk about engagement and we do talk about consultation, but if people don't feel that that is meaningfully delivering or being listened to or heard, then it actually is destructive rather than constructive, even if the intention is initially for that to be constructive. Andy, obviously, apologies, because some of that, in a sense, is delicate stuff, and I don't want to put you on the spot too much, but if you want to respond to anything that Councillor Baker was saying there.
Yeah, I mean, all I can say is that, generally there's been a 14-month period of engagement, and what we've tried to do is we've followed the sort of my approach to engagement, my principles that we've adopted elsewhere, which is trying to explore difficult issues and challenging issues together and collaboratively. Some of that is around surfacing different voices in the process and where people disagree, and allowing people to hear those different voices in the process. And the way we do that is through an open brief, an open community brief, which we develop, and it sets out everything that we're told. So where somebody might tell us one thing, that might be counter to another, and we try and set all those different perspectives. The open brief that first went forward was worked with York Disability Rights Forum, who signed that off. That's been put in the public domain. It's been amended at each point in the process. I think we've seen some draft minutes from the meeting that took place that's referenced in terms of, we've not had anything formal in terms of that, but obviously the feedback came at scrutiny. There obviously are some things in these reports. The access officer was something that again came from that, and some of the other recommendations that are in the strategy. And one of the conversations was around Castlegate as well, which I think in James's report, it isn't recommended that Castlegate does permanently become a foot street, which was one area that blue badge parking had been identified as somewhere that would be better if they could blue badge park in those areas. So, but I mean, just in terms of that whole approach, it has tried to just be collaborative, open. Everything's been in the public domain and been very, very open. We've tried to explore all the challenges. And as I said, the strategic review has got a significant number of recommendations that have emerged from that to try and improve access to the city centre.
Thanks, Andy. What I'm going to do, Councillor Lomas, I'm just going to park you for one moment because Councillor Vassey's been flagging at me quite a lot and he's not had an opportunity to come in. I assume this is supplementary on this particular topic because I do want to keep us on this just for the moment.
I'll try and keep it on this point. I didn't want to go.
I have got your name on a list of substantive questions as well, so I'm bringing you in as a supplementary.
Okay,
but I will come to you on the substantive.
I'd just like to highlight one thing, that we're now at about 7:10. We've been here now for nearly 90 minutes or whatever it is, and everything is completely abstract. We're not discussing solutions at the moment, we're just discussing abstractions. And Neil has said it's about access, and Councillor Lomas agrees it's not about cars, it's about access. But all we've really spoken about is the right of people to use parking bays in the abstract, and we've not moved on to anything else. So I'd just like to urge us all to see that we can carry on like this, lost in this hall of mirrors, talking about who's talked about what, or we can try and solve these things. So that's my contribution as a supplementary, and I'll hope that we move on to more concrete stuff for all of us.
Supplementary to Councillor Vassey?
I've got Councillor Lomas next, but go on.
That was my concrete question. How can we respond to people that are calling for a specific system of access that exempts some blue badge holders through the barriers?
Did you want to comment, James?
I think if you look at the counter-terrorism officer's response to, which is on page 835.
Is it Annex O?
Yeah, that specifically talks about excluding everything but blue light vehicles from protected streets. So in essence, the challenge becomes about how big an area do you protect to the city centre from the risk of a hostile vehicle attack. Some of that is what is being considered in the round of this. And the recommendations consider that and talk about not just blue badge exemptions, but all exemptions, which I know was mentioned by one of the speakers, but actually the report does talk about removing all exemptions from the foot streets.
So I think we will inevitably need to come to talk about the terror access and managing risk appropriately, and what genuine risk means, and all of those sorts of things in due course. I do note the point that you're making, Councillor Vassey, but actually I think that it is really fundamentally important that we do bottom out these issues around human rights, equalities, obligations, and what we mean when we're talking about access. And I dispute that it's circular, because I think that actually these are kind of the nub of the issue here, and all of the rest of it, because it depends which question you ask as to what answer or solution you want to put forward. So that's why I'm happy that we are trying to get to the bottom of this point. But I do know we are gone 7 o'clock. There's a lot of papers to get through. There's a lot of things to discuss as well. So I will seek to move us into different areas too, don't worry. I want to come to Councillor Lomas, who has been waiting quite a long time to respond. So Councillor Lomas, I'll bring you in at this point. I'm just going to give you all a little heads up as well, that I think it's probably going to be appropriate for us to take a 5-minute adjournment relatively soon. So Councillor Lomas, if you want to go.
Thank you, Chair. I've been working in and around disability rights and equality rights since 1997, when the Disability Discrimination Act, as it was then, was being introduced. And that was well before I had any kind of personal lived experience of it. And one of the basic tenets from the Disability Discrimination Act, which was run through into the Equality Act 2010, was where you acknowledge that there is harm, there is a disproportionate impact, you must mitigate. That is the basic. If you have a disproportionate impact on a group who share protected characteristic, you must mitigate. And there is very little evidence of mitigation in here. And I know that the reference to the counter-terrorism, the need for protection against terrorism, that is where the balance is. The balance is not between the rights of disabled people to have equality of opportunity and the rights of people who are not disabled. The balance is around how far your counter-terrorism measures need to go to respond to the threat without wiping out the rights of disabled people. And I just want to make a point, and I made a point at the last meeting I attended on the 25th of October. We should be adopting, embracing, and absolutely using the social model of disability. And the social model of disability teaches us that it is society, that it is structure that disables. This plan, all the recommendations that are in here are disabling people. Whether or not those people have an impairment is irrelevant. Whether or not you believe they might be able to walk 50 metres and then have a rest and then walk another 50 metres is irrelevant. This plan is disabling and there is nothing in here to mitigate against that. It is exactly the opposite of what is required of public bodies in law. I think there's been a few things talked about as well that I just want to touch on. York City Council administers blue badge applications for people who live within the York City Council area. So I do find it quite astonishing that you don't know that what the requirements are to evidence your need for a blue badge, because it is administered by the City Council. I'm just wondering what access experts that you consulted, because clearly you had one report, many of which the recommendations were ignored. And certainly you didn't look at the blue badge application process, which is administered by the council. I also wanted to make a point about Castlegate. Castlegate remaining accessible for parking is one thing, but the parking will be limited to 3 hours because it's on double yellow lines. So I don't know, how much time other people might want to spend in the city centre, but people often talk about in all of these millions of reports with all of the individual comments, people have talked about wanting to go and do some shopping, go and socialise. Maybe they want to go to the theatre, have a meal. Most of those things will take more than 3 hours, and so that isn't appropriate for them. We also have to take into account the fact that the council is going to close the Castle car park, where there are 33 blue badge spaces, and replace it with a multi-storey car park and further 150 metres away from the central shopping area, which won't provide a suitable alternative to those parking spaces. So in reality, Castlegate remaining open with probably, I reckon, about 10 cars able to park on there is nowhere near a suitable replacement. So my challenge is, you need to think about your public sector equality duty and advancing equality and making sure that you foster positive relations between those who are disabled and those who are not. And counter-terrorism is where the balance is. There is no balance when it comes to equality legislation. It is absolutely the council's duty to advance equality, and there's no evidence of that in here.
James, I'm not sure if that was you wanting to make a comment back on that.
Yeah, I think just a couple of things. First of all, I absolutely did look at the blue badge criteria as part of this process, but the data we collect in processing those, we can't then interrogate, but we've got to use it for the purposes it was given for. And Jane may tell me mine and colleagues' interpretation of that data when we asked that question was wrong, but the interpretation was that we can't use that data to interrogate for a different purpose. It's for the purpose it was for getting that badge. So we couldn't manipulate that data to say we've got some.
Sorry, that's not what I said.
Oh,
Sorry, Chair, that's not what I said. I said I was astonished you didn't know what the criteria for issuing a blue badge were. I wasn't talking about what people might have put on their own form. I was talking about what the criteria are for issuing a badge.
But, and as I alluded to earlier, there are two sorts of criteria. There's the criteria that means that you get the badge straight away, and then there are assessed criteria. That's the way the blue badge process works. And I am aware of that, so I'm not sure where the assertion that we're not aware of it comes from.
You can very quickly, and then I'm going to come to Councillor Batty, and then I'm going to
Not
take
aware
us
of
to
it
an
because
adjournment.
when we've mentioned a few times during the discussions this evening, this idea that 150 metres, 400 metres is okay. And the criteria that you have to meet in order to get a blue badge is that you cannot, or it is dangerous, or it is too painful for you to walk 50 metres or more.
That's what I'm just looking for as well. Councillor Bassi, I'll come to you if it's a supplementary again on this topic. No, I'm keeping us vaguely speaking on the legal stuff, and then I'm going to take us to an adjournment, and then I'm going to come back with. I do have you on the list as a substantive. I've got Councillor Musson and also Councillor Fenton on that list. People who initially put their hands up wanting to ask questions. So if it's on this topic, if it's not on this topic, I think it's probably about time.
I'm not sure where the topic's gone, because it was all the abstract stuff about human rights, and now it's moved on to a particular car parks. So it seems to me it has moved.
Okay, so I'm trying to keep a free-flowing discussion. I'm trying to keep us vaguely in areas and then move us on to others. If you think it's a contribution that will help that discussion that we've just been having, that's great. If it's going to take us off into somewhere else, can we hold it, take a 5-minute adjournment, and then we'll come back? So it's the latter. Yeah, okay. In which case, I think it's probably appropriate that we just take a brief adjournment. I make it just coming up to 7:20. So if I can ask that we come back at 7:25, and we will go from there. Thank you very much. Right, welcome back everybody to this evening's meeting of the Customer and Corporate Services Scrutiny Management Committee. We are partway through our pre-decision scrutiny, looking at consideration of changes to the city centre traffic regulation order and this general city centre vision and access and various different things along those lines. We have just had quite an extensive discussion. Obviously, I think James just wanted to come back to clarify a specific point that was asked, which he's just been able to look up during the break. So I'll come to you in just one moment. Just for committee members, I think what I'm going to try and do is 7:30 now. I am going to look to draw this meeting to a close at around 8:30. So I'm going to give us another hour. We've got a couple of people down for questions. There's a dearth of information that I don't think we're going to get through, but I think that in many respects, the kind of heart of the decision comes down to that debate that we've just been having. So if people can be thinking about how we might articulate that to executive when we come to looking at recommendations. But for the next hour, if we take questions, we'll have some more discussion around some of these different areas. But I would like us to try to draw things to a close around 8:30, because I'm conscious of not wanting to keep everybody here all night. And I'm quite sure we could quite conceivably be if we wanted to go through every last page of the document. So, James, if you could just give us that update on that little bit of information.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was just in response to Councillor Lomas. So if you look at page 333, it talks about inclusive mobility, which is a Department for Transport. 333, yes. As a cricketer, I don't like the number. It talks about inclusive mobility, which is a DFT document, which gives guidance on walking distances. And the last paragraph on page 333 talks about the maximum walking distances without arrest. And I think that is something we've taken into consideration in the recommendations. So in the recommendations around city centre access, we've talked about the York standard for access, which would talk about things about how often benches might need to be, and talked about co-designing that with blue badge holders and the disabled community. But we've also committed to more benches. So I think those things are in there in terms of meeting that. You could obviously make a recommendation that strengthens those recommendations that are already there. But that's the government guidance, what it actually means in practice and how we've interpreted it into our recommendations.
Thank you for clarifying that. So what I'm going to do now, Councillor Vassie, I think you were about to take us off into a new direction. So I will come to you first to do that. I've then also got Councillor Fenton, who has been waiting an inordinate amount of time for a question. Councillor Hollier, I see you as a question as well. So Councillor Vassie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I want to look at the solutions that we've got listed in this report and see how we can strengthen them and how we can make rapid progress. In my view, essentially what this is all about is about change, managing change, and the context of access. And we can either go back to a previous status quo as if anti-terrorism legislation doesn't exist, as if climate change hasn't happened, as if we haven't had all the challenges we have to our economy. Or we can use our vision, our ambition, energy, and skills to look at this in the context of where we are now and say, yes, of course, we accept that everyone in York has to have access to our city. How can we achieve that? And for me, that's the key of all of this. And there are aspects of this 1,000 pages that have disappointed me. There are seeds that should give me an idea that there is hope. And I'd just like to go through a few of them because I'd like to propose an addition to the recommendations for consideration. So the first thing I'd like to say is in my city centre vision, we find pretty early on that 82% of people want more public transport, better public transport in the city. If you use your search engine to look at the My City Centre vision and type in the word bus, it crops up 54 times. But unfortunately, it's always tucked inside another word, either business or busy. The word bus by itself doesn't appear anywhere, except in this thing that the residents want better public transport. Compare that with the Martin Higgett report that we've been hearing about, and I'm hoping that officers will tell us that definitely is going to be in the executive papers, because it wasn't in the papers I had over the weekend. In that document, buses, shuttle buses, all sorts of things crop up with great frequency. And I noticed the public speakers talked about their disappointment that the Martin Higgett report had not been included and not been highlighted. And I would share a lot of those concerns. That report talks about, in the interim, we need to do this, we need to do that, but it also has a forward-looking vision to moving the city forward, to creating a new kind of accessible city. And I welcome that. In particular, I want to focus on one of the recommendations on page 192, which has been referred to briefly before. Carry out a feasibility study for a dedicated EV shuttle service for disabled people and those with mobility issues. On the 25th of October, I think we were all missteered a bit, the idea that there'd been great consultation on this and that there was controversy about it. Looking through these 1,000 pages, I didn't actually find anyone saying that they didn't like it. I found people criticizing the shop mobility scheme, the dial-a-ride scheme, complaining that it simply took them from a car park to Monk's Bar and didn't take them into the city centre. The feasibility study, I hope, will actually look at how we can copy what they are doing in other cities, including our twin city of Dijon, and provide a series of stops in the city centre. In Annex P and Q, we heard quite a lot from people who are saying, but what's proposed is no good to me. I want to be able to reach the cinema. I want to be able to reach the pharmacy. If you are in Dijon, that's precisely what your EV shuttle bus would do, with wheelchair access, to provide a new way of accessing the city centre that doesn't involve allowing cars back in, that would be able to exist concurrently with anti-terrorism measures. So I'm pleased to see that. The thing I would like to suggest, and I'd like members to consider, is that we've got these millions of words here. We can drown in more and more words. We can have a consultation where people are asked questions. But actually, if we're going to make those changes, wouldn't it be 20 times better if the council hired an EV shuttle bus for a month, for 2 months, whatever it is, set up a service, enabled disabled users, blue badge holders, councillors, other stakeholders to trial such a service to see what it's actually like in real life. My understanding is you can hire a minibus for a month for £2,000. I've spoken with EV manufacturers today, shuttle bus manufacturers, and they tell me that yes, it should be possible for the council to lease such a bus. In my view, that would be transformative, because then we would all have experience of whether this answers the real questions that disabled members of the community and blue badge holders have of, would this work for me? It doesn't answer all the questions. We've heard about people needing resting places. We've heard all the stuff in the MHA report. But I would like us to consider adding to our recommendations that officers ensure that any feasibility study into the viability of an EV shuttle service is centered around a practical trial involving a real vehicle to offer such a service to enable blue badge holders, disability groups, councillors, officers and stakeholders to form a view based on practical experience. Now, I know that the first thing that will come back is, but we've got £10 million of budget cuts that we have to manage. And we all know that, we all recognise that. I'm asking for help from officers to use ingenuity and innovation and looking at what works and what doesn't work to move some of those pots around to make sure that we can have this feasibility study with a practical component so that we move on from words. I understand, and maybe officers confirm or not, that the shop mobility scheme has been about 10,000 quid a year, and that the dial-a-ride is about the same. It may be more than that, it may be less, I don't know. But I'm hoping that officers can say to us, yeah, I think we can juggle things around so that when we make these next steps, we're doing something practical, we're giving people real experiences and not just drowning in more bits of paper. So that's my suggestion, Chair, and I'd love to hear what others think.
Thanks, Councillor Vassie. I can see Andy wants to respond and Councillor Lomas wants to respond. I would just make a couple of points just in terms of some of the points you raised there. I think that notion around wanting everybody to have access and that not being in question, I think is absolutely really important that it's made. I don't think anybody wants to willfully reduce people's access. I think that the challenge is making the Foot Street extension permanent at the moment, at this point in time, going to reduce people's access. And I think that we've heard repeatedly from a number of particularly disabled people and advocacy groups that yes, it will. And so that then is a challenge, is are we ready to make that a permanent change when we haven't got sufficient mitigation in place? I think there's also an issue, because we've heard officers say already that the recommendation from around the terror aspect and hostile vehicle mitigation is all exemptions should be removed. Now, actually, if you're removing all exemptions, that would include dial-a-ride, it would include a shuttle bus potentially. And the one other point that I would just make as well, because there was some discussion on the 25th around it, and I think it is a really important point that's worth reiterating. I think it was Helen Jones who talked about sort of a jigsaw of mitigations that could be put together. And the thing that you just have to be careful of is not then obstructing that little bit in the middle for the people for whom there isn't a mitigation. And absolutely something like a shuttle bus could be fantastic and really enabling for a range of people, not just people with blue badge, but you know, a whole range of people. But it won't be a mitigation in and of itself for a group of people. And so it's that balance, isn't it? You know, practical steps and solutions, absolutely really important that we do. And I agree that we shouldn't second guess the outcome of some of those things, but it is just being careful of mindful of those other things too.
Can I just quickly respond? Oh, sorry, I haven't switched my mic off. I understand and agree with what you're saying there, but the key is, unless we try things, all we ever do is talk. And yes, we've got a problem. The executive has a challenge in the weeks ahead on what to do right now. But we have a duty as councillors to be thinking about the big picture, to be looking at strategy for the future, to be thinking about climate change, to be thinking about all these other things in the round, and to be creating innovative and ingenious solutions. And I'll stop by asking if that can be entered into the record of this meeting. This is a 2-page summary of the shuttle service that is used in Dijon, exactly what they're doing and how it works. It is in French. I'm happy to translate it at some point for anyone who needs it. Basically, they have 7 shuttle buses that go around the city on a 10-minute service. The whole project cost £1 million for those 7 shuttle buses. And they've carried, they've done 144,000 kilometres of travel since 2014, and 405,000 passengers have benefited from the service. So I'd just like that to be part of the documentation. And I would like to think that the executive gets to see it as well, so that they see that there are answers to our challenges. We don't just have to drown in anxiety.
I don't think I've ever seen a submission in a different language to a committee before, so that's the first. What I would just note, and I don't mean this to be a churlish point, but council did pass a motion in 2019 which sought to develop a strategy for removing non-essential vehicles from the city centre by 2023. And to my knowledge, no work has been done on that.
Indeed, and you put it forward, Chair.
I did. And so it is frustrating that we're not looking at that strategic longer term view, I would say. Councillor Lomas, I think you had a supplementary, but Andy, did you want, was it, there was an officer put a hand straight up, and I'm just going to go to officers first, and then I'll.
Yeah, I just wanted firstly just pick up on the My City Centre piece. That's obviously the long-term vision for the future of the city centre, which will then be used to guide local transport plan for, and our transport strategies will be guided by that and flow from that. So that's why there's maybe not those direct references within that, because that's setting that part of the vision for things to then fit into. My other point, I think Councillor Crawshaw, you just stole my thunder with the jigsaw piece, which Helen spoke about that last meeting. Of some people, they've identified that it's not the right solution, but other people did raise it in some of the workshops we did that it could be a solution for them. And we did some engagement on that, and about a third of disabled people who responded and identified as having a disability said that they may use that kind of service. Obviously, that depends on what it looks like, what it actually is in practice. So that's that next stage of work to understand that. So it is in there to be taken forward as something to explore further. And similarly with shop mobility and others, again, for some people that service works really well, for others it doesn't work as well. It's how do we improve it to try and work as well as it can for anybody that it can work for, but it may not be for everybody.
Councillor Lomas.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Vassie. I think that's a really interesting point, but I don't think you needed to go as far as Dijon and information in a different language, because Leeds, not very far away where I work, several years ago introduced a free city centre shuttle bus. So to encourage people not to bring their cars into the city centre, to get people around the city centre, to increase accessibility. And what they found was it was massively well used, and they did the same. It was an accessible vehicle. It was every 10 minutes doing a route around the city centre. And what they found was that it was used mainly by people who were using the city centre for leisure purposes or by older people. It didn't necessarily increase accessibility for disabled people with mobility issues as their disability. I think we can also look to our own experience of when the Foot Streets extension was first done on a temporary basis, and the taxi shuttle was introduced from the Monk Bar car park, and it was very little used. So there's probably some information we can gather from that will really help us. But I wanted to make a couple of points. One is co-production, and it's mentioned in the Human Rights City report that co-production is really crucial. And if you are going to make suggestions for further mitigations that would help, they have to be co-produced with people who have lived experience of access issues in the city centre. It cannot be that we sit around in a room and talk about what we think might work and then go away and try that and do it and compound the harm that has already been done to disabled people who live in or use York City Centre. We need to make sure that it is genuine co-production. And Councillor Baker was referring earlier on to a session that was trying to get to that point of co-production. And there was very little co-production in the mitigations for the city centre access. I recall during the first lockdown when Neil actually came along to one of our group meetings to talk to us about what was happening with the Foot Streets extension. And I asked a really simple question. Have you consulted blue badge holders? Because the council has the contact details for everybody who they have issued a blue badge to. And the answer was no. So they had not even consulted blue badge holders before deciding to take a step that would absolutely impact on blue badge holders. So co-production, we're kind of about 2 years behind in where we need to be in terms of co-production for this. So there's a lot of catch up to be done. I also think we need to remember, and I made this point at the last meeting, that there is a tendency to assume that disabled and mobility issues mean wheelchair use, and they don't. Many people who are disabled do not use any kind of mobility aid. Many people use different mobility aids, wheelchairs being just one of those. We also ought to guard against the view that disabled people are economically inactive. And sometimes that comes through in things like expecting someone to accept that their journey into the city centre should take about 3 times as long as anybody else's, and include waiting for taxis, buses and other things to get them a very, very short distance. And I would question whether it's appropriate, given, you know, our ambitions around the climate emergency, to have that kind of vehicle use for those short journeys. And also with shuttle buses and options like that, hours of operation are really, really key, because if it stops working at 6 o'clock, then you're just excluding people from the city centre in the early evening. And Councillor Hook's ambitions around a lovely early evening economy that she described so eloquently last meeting would be closed to disabled people. So those are things I think we need to think about, but I absolutely agree we have to look at solutions, but they must be co-produced solutions, and they must not be we think we know better, because we probably don't.
Thanks, Councillor Lomas. Councillor Baker, was that supplementary that you wanted to ask, or just a substantive question? So I will come to I was going to elevate you to Councillor there, Councillor Ferris. Heaven help us.
Just to say, I absolutely support the comments in respect of supporting the principle of co-production. It's absolutely something that we embrace and would want to do in any of these propositions going forward, which is why they form part of the recommendations. Since I was specifically cited in respect of the decision made, emergency decision made in respect of COVID, I think that's why we end up with the reports this scale, to put them into context. The decisions made at that time are clearly indicated here was made in the emergency response to COVID, in response to government advice that we need to look at closing streets and making more space for people to socially distance. That was the nature of that response. That decision in terms of reopening the city took place, from recollection, in July. In August, we took it executive for a public decision-making session, and at that time the executive committed £25,000 to the public consultation, specifically with the disabled groups, and that embarked on the process of significant consultation over the last year, which is leading to this report, which is about the ongoing measures for those streets, for which we absolutely have undertaken a comprehensive discussion with the disabled community, with blue badge holders, to understand what the issues are. And I believe that we've done that, and those issues that came out on the 25th of October have all been reflected in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Vassie, is it supplementary? If we could just be quick, because I've got a few people now with substantive questions that
it is a quick supplementary, and I do take on board what Councillor Lomas has said about co-production, and I support it. And that's why I'm suggesting that there should be a practical trial that involves everyone, so that they can form a part of that decision-making process. But I just want to quote you one thing from Annex Q that, in a sense, highlights a point that's just been made. Someone wrote, "It is shocking to even consider as a compromise or alternative that they can take a shuttle service from a car park into town and back. Imagine having got yourself into your car or mode of transport. You then have to discard that and enter another vehicle ferried into the centre of town, disembark and carry out your visit and go through the entire process on your return journey." That was written about a shuttle service, shuttle mobility. The irony of it is that the writer seems to not recognise that that is exactly what thousands of people do on the park and ride every day.
I'm going to have to fundamentally. No, Councillor Vassie, I think you really need to be careful there, because I'm going to have to fundamentally disagree with you there. There is such a significant difference between me going and getting on a park and ride bus and somebody who has, qualifies for a blue badge because of a disability. The amount of effort that goes into getting themselves into a vehicle is nothing remotely comparable to the effort that you or I might take in getting in and out of a vehicle. And I think that that's the point that is almost missed within some of this. And I think some of where the frustration and anger comes from is that people don't seem to register, and I'm not accusing you of this, I apologise if it feels like that, but I think people don't seem to register that a blue badge is not a privilege. It's not something that's there that could be used or not used. It's there as a reasonable adjustment to their going about their day-to-day life, so that their access is the same as yours or mine. And so if we're asking an able-bodied person to ride to a park and ride and go into town, that's perfectly reasonable. And there are an awful lot of people who are blue badge holders for whom that may not be an unreasonable ask as well. But there are some people, and this is before we start talking about medicines and you know, safe places and all of that sort of stuff, the amount of effort that it takes to get into one vehicle and travel to a place is not remotely comparable to the challenge of us to go and, you know, use possibly 2 or 3 different sustainable modes. And I think in some respects, that's where the hurt and anger comes from, is a feeling that people haven't really sufficiently acknowledged that.
I acknowledge the point you're making, and I understand why you're making it. I still think it is of interest, because all of us in the community have to try and understand each other. And you're quite right to say we have to understand the perspective of disabled users as well.
I'm going to bring in Councillor Musson and then Councillor Lomas, but if we could just be brief, because I do want to try and get around some of these substantive questions as well.
I wanted to speak in favour of co-design, but I did want to caution against sort of some of maybe the theme of what's been said, which is that, you know, these are just words, and then what we really need to do is get everyone on a bus. And in some respects, I think there'll be many people who'll be happy to do that. And actually, it might be very insightful for some officers and councillors to really experience, alongside disabled users of these potential schemes, the effort, the added pain that it might cause for some people. I think in that sense, it actually might be quite useful. But I do want to caution, because there's a lot of feedback which says, you always ask us and you never act on the feedback. There's a lot of things in there that people have to say over and over again. And in saying, oh, these are just words, and actually we all just need to test it out and see, we're almost not putting the weight behind people's words. If someone says in a consultation, using this method is going to make me unable to access public life, we should believe them. They know themselves best. We don't need to get on the same bus as them and witness their pain or discomfort to agree or believe that that's having that impact. I think the point of a consultation, and I know it's long, I know there's loads of different views, but we need to take people's weight and their experiences of their real life lived experience at face value, and not some people might be happy to participate in something like that, but we can't just say, you know, I need to see it to believe it. We need to believe people the same as I would believe anyone else. I do find that I think we might go in that direction, and I do want to caution against it, because people get consultation, what's the word, fatigue, particularly when it's unpleasant things that they have to repeatedly be consulted about. Thanks.
Thanks. And Councillor Lomas.
Thanks, Chair. It's absolutely unacceptable to suggest that because the vast majority of people living in the city centre can use park and ride and go via 2 or 3 methods of transport to their destination, that's an acceptable solution for people who are disabled, and are saying that that is not an acceptable solution for them. It's ableism, and it contributes to the disabling nature of the plan that is on the table, of the discussions that we're having. If disabled people have to keep on justifying and explaining something that is, as Councillor Crawshaw said, it's not a perk. It's not something that is given to elevate disabled people above others or give them privileges that are above others. It is to level the playing field. It is to make sure that disabled people can have equality of opportunity and access to good services and public life. That's what it's about. And I find it personally offensive to sit and listen to that being described in a way that is dismissive of the absolute needs and the exclusion of disabled people in daily work civic life in this city. It's really distressing.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move us on to Councillor Fenton, who hopefully you have remembered your question from some time ago.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions, so I'll get them both out of the way and then officers can answer them either together or separately. In terms of the kind of, there are two big external factors here in terms of the hostile vehicle mitigations and the government extension of cafe licenses. And on the cafe licenses front, it'd be helpful to understand the extent to which that has put responsibilities on the council and to what extent it's posed decisions and choices for the council in terms of how we respond. On the hostile vehicle mitigations, obviously this predates the pandemic, and it'd be helpful to understand the degree to which, if at all, the advice that we received in 2018, which prompted the sort of two-phase approach that was set out then, to what extent that is still extant, what the most recent advice is, because as has been pointed out, we don't take decisions around restricting access to the city centre for many people for whom whatever alternatives we can come up with will not provide a comparable alternative experience. I think it's, to my mind at least, incredibly important that we understand what the factors are that are ultimately guiding those decisions. Thank you.
James?
I think they're probably both for me. I think the first one on cafe licenses, the government implemented emergency legislation in response to COVID to enable cafe licenses. That legislation was originally intended to run till September this year and was then extended till September 22 by the government, relatively late, towards the end of August, actually. So that legislation runs till September 22. The major change in that legislation was it removed the requirement for planning permission for a pavement cafe licence. That's obviously one of the hurdles that an operator who wants to operate a pavement cafe licence needs to get. Government, as you will be aware, are also consulting on allowing a load more permitted development rights. So there is a question mark, and it's nothing more than, me thinking out loud. That change in cafe licensing could, and it comes with a big could potentially become a more permanent change. Having said all of that, it is absolutely for the council to determine those pavement cafe licenses. The council are obviously very mindful of those pavement cafe licenses during COVID and the need to keep the economy going. The context for pavement cafes and support for that does appear in my city centre. I don't know whether you want to add anything, Andy, and then I'll come back to HVM.
Yeah, so obviously from James's perspective, we're still in that COVID recovery phase. There could be future lockdowns and the measures may change, restrictions on hospitality and others that have obviously led to the initial decisions on social distancing. I think the longer term piece that is sort of set out in my city centre is the notion, we did a huge amount of engagement around outdoor cafes and that sort of cafe culture that's developed, and a real desire to see that continue. But then we've obviously got to fully understand the impact, and I think some of the stuff that then filters through to the different levels of access implications is making sure that they're clearly defined, they've got tap rails in place, that they don't stray outside the area so that they don't impact on accessibility, that drop curbs are put in either side, which is obviously where those longer term decisions allow us to do that. The temporary stuff, things like drop curbs can be challenging, and we've obviously had to respond as a city, but there's the two strands to that. I guess the long-term future of the city centre, that early evening economy piece, but then there's the piece that James was talking about around the government legislation, which runs to September 22.
I'm just going to just put a challenge to you, if I may, and apologies, I don't mean this as a gotcha at all, but it's just to understand really what your understanding of the guidelines are, because I did a very quick, I thought that pavement cafe licence might come up, and I did a very, very quick sort of look at what the guidance is, and paragraph 1.1 of the government guidance around cafe licenses. The last sentence says, where a pavement license is granted, clear access routes on the highway will need to be maintained, taking into account the needs of all users, including disabled people. And it specifically sort of struck me as being taken into account the needs of disabled people. And yet one of the ways that it's being presented in terms of the justification for the removal of the exemption for blue badge holders is because we can't control these cafe licenses, and we've got to let them happen. So I just wasn't clear how that, you know, very first paragraph of the guidance, which clearly says we've got to take into account. You alluded a little bit, I think, with the drop curbs and what have you, but if you could just...
I would say that all the payment cafes that have been granted, we had 5 days to do so, but each one was determined by James's team, and each one of those was determined with consideration of the access that created, or that it didn't block access. And obviously one of the key things with the foot streets, and one of the things that some disabled people told us through engagement, is that being able to use the better surfaces of the highway rather than narrow pavements, which some places in the city aren't wide enough for wheelchairs, is a benefit. One of the key things is getting back onto the pavement either side, and that's one of the things that we've got drop curbs in here to invest across the city to be able to do that. But any of the licenses that have been issued have been considered thoroughly by the highways team to make sure they don't create an access issue and that there are clear routes for people.
Thanks. And James, did you want to add
Yeah,
something?
I think just to follow up on that, I think it's important to remember that the blue badge exemption initially wasn't for pavement cafes, it was to allow social distancing and queuing outside the essential premises that were open, and that exemption remained then to allow the pavement cafes. So it's why this narrative is important about how the changes have got there. I think in terms of the hostile vehicle mitigation, I'm trying to remember your question, Councillor Fenton. You obviously did a better job than me at remembering it. But on page, when the advice first came in from the police, which is in Annex O, which we've referenced, which was the council should be looking at measures, we commissioned an independent report, which is in the annexes. At page 546 of that, sorry, I know you haven't all got numbered. Let me tell you which annex it is. I think it's Annex C. No, it's Annex B, I beg your pardon. In Annex B, about 3 pages in, page 546, is the specialist security consultant's assessment of some of the foot streets about which are the most important streets to protect. Executive approved a plan which is at Annex C, I think, yes, which is page 549, which shows the original extent of the HVM protection measures in as approved by executive back in 2019. Obviously the security advice remains, that's in the annex to the statutory consultation from the counter-terrorism advisor, that we need to do that. As I say, the opportunity to include those streets which were identified within Annex B, those marked priority 2, remains, and obviously the sort of challenge would be if you implement it in phases as intended, you could implement priority 1 now as originally planned, and then implement priority 2 at a later date. The challenge with that is this: we've done the work now, it costs significantly more. You'd still be removing that blue badge access at some point. So the challenge is do you do it now or do you do it at a later date? And I think that's sort of part of the challenge.
So, Councillor Orrell, I'll bring you in for a supplementary, but I've just got one and I'm just going to jump in quickly on that. I just want some clarification around the access to these streets, because obviously we're talking about removing the exemption for blue badge, but I believe that there are a number of other types of vehicle which are continuing to be allowed into these streets. And even if the long-term expectation is that they will ultimately be, their exemption will also be removed, I'm just wondering how that decision-making process came about to say that, I don't want to pick on, you know, utilities or market traders or whoever, but, you know, there are a number of different types of vehicles which do go into those streets when the blue badge access has been removed. How was that decision arrived at? And I suppose it comes back to that question in some ways, something of what Councillor Vassie was alluding to, and I was discussing with him earlier about, if we want the access to be maintained, are we premature in removing that exemption if we haven't got the sufficient mitigations in place?
I think,
because presumably we've made that decision for the market traders and the utility companies and the bullion and whoever else it is that we're talking about still allowing.
No, we haven't. And the way the hostile vehicle mitigations, the operational protocol, hasn't been before executive to approve in terms of what would happen with those vehicles. What we did recognise back in 2018 is that removing those is a relatively easy process. Removing blue badge exemptions is not an easy process for the legislative, our duties, our responsibilities. It was always going to be the biggest challenge of implementing hostile vehicle mitigation measures.
So why do it in that order then?
Pardon?
So why do it in that order? I mean, this is a thing that I struggle to understand, is that if it's a relatively easy thing to remove access for utilities and bullion and whoever else, but it's a much more complicated one to remove blue badge access. We've removed blue badge access already. Well, and what we're talking about now is whether or not that should be made permanent or not.
Yes, so if we do it on a permanent basis, and that would then determine the relatively easy process that we would then do for bullion wagons. So if we are removing the access for blue badge holders, we would then do that for everybody else for that geography. If we're only doing the smaller area, we would then just do it for the smaller area. We'd advertise based. So the substantive decision is the blue badge decision. The bit that follows on afterwards reflects the decision that you've made on blue badge.
But from a terror perspective, why would a blue badge holder be more of a terror threat than a market trader?
I'm not saying that. Because the decision determines the geography of the HVM measures. So we've got approval to do the phase 1 scheme.
Yeah.
As at Annex C. Removing the blue badge exemption allows you to grow that as per Annex J, which gives you that bigger map of protected hostile vehicle mitigation areas. If you're then choosing where to remove bullion vehicles from, you need to have made that decision first. Does that make sense? Otherwise, I could advertise the TRO to remove it from bullion vehicles, but if you've not made the decision on blue badge, it's almost premature. I don't need to consider their human rights and those sorts of things in making that decision.
But in terms of reducing the terror threat, surely you would remove all the vehicles that it's very straightforward to remove.
Yes, absolutely.
Which would be the bullion vehicles and the market traders.
And we're proposing to do that.
But we haven't done that. We've done the exact opposite of that. We've removed all the blue badge holders and we've continued to enable access for other vehicles into those.
We haven't removed blue badge access for HVM yet.
But it's concurrent with the extended Foot Street area.
But it's not got the anti-terrorism measures in.
But we don't let the cars in, do we?
Pardon?
But we don't let the cars in.
No, but
So we have removed their access.
We've removed their access under emergency measures, not for HVM. It's never been, the blue badge exemption removal from Blake Street, Lendal, from Goodram Gate is not to implement, it's not been on the short term for HVM measures.
Right, so it's about pavement access and about
No,
social
it was about,
distancing.
well, it was about social distancing initially, and then it was around pavement cafe licenses. And now there is the possibility of a review to say, actually, do you extend the HVM ring to that original plan for that further phase?
But the logic of the question is still the same. Why remove the blue badge exemption, but continue to provide an exemption for all of those other vehicles, which would presumably impact just as much on cafe licensing, just as much on social distancing? Like, if your argument is about removing a vehicle from that area, why have we made a distinction for blue badge holders versus other types of vehicle?
The principle in respect to those vehicles accessing the foot streets was already established by members across the existing foot streets area. The only exemption that was removed was the blue badge exemption for emergency measures, has been stated. So I think the point you're making is, why didn't we remove all vehicular access to the foot streets when we removed the blue badge exemption? As James has said, the blue badge exemption removal wasn't for hostile vehicle mitigation. That's why it wasn't removed. But clearly, as you move forward and we're looking at the removal of the blue badge exemptions to those streets where it existed, it seems entirely appropriate, if you take that risk as being present in terms of making that decision, that those vehicles should be removed from the whole area. And that's the premise for which the hostile vehicle mitigation report will come forward to executive. Is the principle would be, which shouldn't be any accessibility to any.
Your microphone just gone off.
It shouldn't be accessibility for any vehicle into those areas unless there's an absolute imperative for them to be there, because I entirely accept the point. Why would you allow access for a post office vehicle when you've actually effectively done harm and excluded a blue badge vehicle from that area? So I think the point is well made and is one that would be reflected, I think, have to be reflected by executive in terms of the exemptions that exist.
Okay, thank you. And apologies, Councillor Orrell, if you want to come in with a supplementary now.
Thank you. And following on from that, is there a timescale for full implementation of the HVM measures?
Not in absolute detail, no. I mean, it needs a decision on this, which will determine where the measures are going to a certain extent, whether we're implementing the original scheme or that extended scheme to protect more of the city centre from the risk of a hostile vehicle attack. It's round about 12 to 14, 15 months to implement those measures because by definition, they cause disruption in the city centre, so you need to do them in a phased way. And we need to procure it, but we need to take a report to executive on the back of this around what would happen and where the hostile vehicle mitigation measure project would go.
So,
thanks, James.
Just again, a follow up on that one is so the decision by executive in terms of the hostile vehicle mitigations will be much quicker than 14 months. We're envisaging that very early next year. Now, clearly, this committee might want to make a recommendation because there's a recommendation in here about executive considering the exemptions. You might wish to strengthen that recommendation in respect of exemptions in light of effectively the decision you're making about blue badge holders. You might want to suggest that executive give greater weight to the removal of all vehicles from the city centre.
And if I may, just while we're on this point around terror, I suppose the other question that springs to my mind is, and apologies, I appreciate this probably isn't something that you can answer directly, but just if you can let us know what the advice has been. It seems to me that this is an enormous amount of disruption and expense to remove vehicles from the city centre because of a terror threat. When, if you look at the terrorist attacks that there's been in the UK over the last 15 years, I believe there's been one vehicle used and every other method that's been used wouldn't be prevented by a ring of steel, as it were. And so what I guess I'm trying to understand is whether or not the response is proportionate to the threat and whether or not we have given due consideration to that balance between the sort of immediate impact of a terror atrocity, which obviously nobody wants to see happen, versus the long-term impact on disabled community and the families of those people in terms of the reported negative impact that some of this will have. Because obviously they're difficult things to balance, aren't they? But it's just trying to understand what advice has been received, what conversations have been had around that.
Obviously, I'll let James just maybe pick up on obviously the advice that we've had historically that's gone into some of those decisions. The only one I would flag is at the human rights meeting that we discussed, Superintendent Mark Khan was there, and he was asked that question, and he used the Borough Market attack as an example, where somebody said, well, that would have happened anyway, but actually it was the anti-vehicle measures which stopped the van that the people were in, and that actually saved significant numbers of lives and then slowed the people who got out of the van. So obviously I don't want to speak for him because that's his advice, but he gave that one example just as an example how it is a complicated picture, but certainly, yeah, the threat from terrorism is multifaceted and can come in many ways, but that in that one instance, even though there was that significant reduced loss of life because the anti-vehicle measures stopped the van that we were in.
James, if you want to add, and then Councillor myself.
I think just to stress, there are two ways that you can implement hostile vehicle mitigation measures. One of which is the council's approach, is working with the city to implement it and with the counter-terrorism security advisor and with the police to implement it. And the other is where the police tell the council. So if you look at para 124 on page 475, What that details is that actually there's a counter-terrorism traffic regulation order that the police can impose on the city. And the council then has an obligation to make that have effect. So that's the sort of the balancing act we're trying to play, is getting all these things in proportion. If we do nothing, then I think the risk is that the police, given the nature of our streets and the risks they're telling us, would then go down a route of saying, you must do something in these streets. Obviously, we're trying to avoid that sort of.
So in a way, that was a question that I'd actually noted myself, was whether or not there had been any request either to York, or whether we're aware of other local authorities that have had that request made to them. Because it's just trying to understand, a bit like the permitted development around cafe license, we're sort of second guessing a thing that might happen to us. And it's just, again, trying to understand where we are on that and how likely that is that request would be made.
I don't think we're in that, because of the decisions that have been made so far, because back in 2018, executive said, we recognise what you're telling us, we want to do something. The police are not contemplating a counter-terrorism traffic regulation order for York. If executive had made decisions to say, we're not interested, it's not us, it's not our remit, then I think the police would probably be having a different conversation with us. Instead, they're giving us advice and helping us to implement the hostile vehicle mitigation measures that executive have approved so far.
And finally, on that point, are police saying all vehicles, irrespective of what they might be, should be removed from that hostile vehicle mitigation area? Or are they accepting that there may need to be access other than for the blue light? I know that you've made that point, but I'm thinking, for example, a utility company, Coney Street is a burst water main, so we need to get in and we need to dig it all up and sort it out. So presumably that would be reasonable. There'd be an allowance for that. Where does that line sit in terms of what vehicles we think are and aren't acceptable within a hostile vehicle?
The police's preference and their response to the statutory consultation is clear that it should be blue light services only that can get into the hostile vehicle mitigation area. I think it's Annex 0, which is at, I have written down all the page numbers to try and help, although I appreciate it doesn't help you all, which I think is at 835, where it says they want access. Ultimately, the decision lies with the council. But with that caveat, bearing in mind the police could turn around and go, we don't accept that, we think you need to have a counter-terrorism traffic regulation order. So they have that power to force our arm, but we're trying to work proactively with them.
But they might accept some reasoned discretion.
There would inevitably, the council is going to have to strike a balance in the rules it applies. And that's in that operational protocol for the counter-terrorism measures that executives still need to consider, which would apply to those sorts of scenarios.
Thanks. Neil.
I think it just to confirm that I think the police's preference clearly would be effectively to be for any city centre management arrangements to be led by democratically elected members in terms of how the streets are used. So I think it would be a sort of an extreme position for them to issue an anti-terror regulation order. But I think from your perspective as members and from executive's perspective in terms of the consideration of the risk is to look at the city centre as you've experienced it over the last 2 years, to look at how busy the city has been over this summer and the expectation going forward that has been indicated by government that cafe licences, increased visitor numbers for York, etc. are on the up. What your decision is as members in terms of what would happen if an incident did happen and you hadn't taken the measures, because that's the other side of the decision that you members have been asked to balance, is if something did happen and you'd considered this report, what would the consequences of that be? And that's the incredibly difficult balance that you've got to strike in terms of that right to life and the prevention measures that you potentially could put in place by following through with this decision. But it's a difficult choice, we accept that.
Thanks. Councillor Lemas, quick supplementary on that, and then I'm going to move us on to Councillor Hollier's question.
Yeah, just a quick one, because I'm a bit confused, because when I asked about the hostile vehicle measures at the last meeting, I was told it's fine because they're temporary anyway, so they can be removed at the times of day when they're not required. And I know you just signposted us to page 837, where they talk about removing all vehicles when operational, so when the area is busy with pedestrians. And I think that we do need to be clear about that we're not saying that no vehicle can ever go into the city centre, are we? I also think that it's a false equivalence to talk about either or, so either blue badge parking or delivery and service vehicles. There is no equivalence because deliveries could be made at any time of day or night. They can be done in different ways, and during the last session we talked quite a bit about different ways of delivering, such as cargo bikes and things like that, and that is not equivalent with access to the city centre for disabled people. So I think it is important we don't fall into that trap of creating a false equivalence between those things like deliveries and street fixing and all those sorts of services and people's need to access the city centre, because if you prevent people with a disability from accessing the city centre at busy points, which is when most people want to access the city centre, then you are discriminating against those people in a way that you wouldn't be discriminating against delivery drivers wanting to access the city centre, because it would be a reasonable alternative for them to access the city centre at a less busy time when those hostile vehicle mitigations measures, I've forgotten what it means, HVMs aren't in place, because we know and we've been told and it's been clarified that they're temporary, they're not there 24/7.
Thanks, Councillor Lomas. I saw Neil nodding furiously there. And James, did you want?
No, just absolutely to agree that I don't think they are comparable. And I said, I think in response to your question, removing them, I think is a much easier process. I think the only thing I would say is that there may be a need, if there's a power cut or in flood response, those sorts of occasions, we may go, actually, do you know what? It's proportionate to allow some access. But generally speaking, I would completely agree about delivery drivers. And just to confirm to Councillor Lomas, that absolutely the way the measures will work is that there will be bollards in place. They will slide out of place outside Foot Street hours. And I think, what I would say is, the police advice at the moment is we need hostile vehicle mitigation measures. That may change and respond and flex over time. And I think, as I think I alluded to at the meeting on the 25th, the traffic regulation orders do flex and change around the city on a fairly regular basis. So whilst we are making a decision, and it is a very significant decision for now, I don't think that necessarily means that it wouldn't ever change. It's not casting it in asterisk forever necessarily.
Thank you. Councillor Hollier.
My questions are all on HVM, so they've all been answered, I'm afraid, so given the time.
Yeah, Councillor Fenton, I think had a
sorry, so a little supplementary on James's response. So I was looking at the action plan, which is really helpful to have everything in one place, and thinking, well, what if things change, and what if Bath or Chester or whoever come up with a scheme that we think that could work in a hostile vehicle mitigation situation that we might want to look at and potentially consult on amending our traffic regulation orders in place at that time. So from what you're saying, that that would be a possibility. Obviously, it would depend on what whether measures in place in other cities would be sort of transferable to York, but that is something that could form part of an action plan in terms of keeping a watching brief on what other cities are doing and looking to amend our approach where we thought that was, the good thing to do.
Yes, I mean, obviously, should the counter-terrorism security advisor's advice change, then that would allow that review to take place. As I say, I don't think we're necessarily saying it's cast in aspic just because there's a rationale now that rationale would stack up forever. The city you know, has evolved for the last 2000, and I'm sure it will for the next 2000.
Councillor Musson, I think you had a quick supplementary on that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask if anyone had looked at the new scheme announced in Canterbury with the control room and the lowering bollards for deliveries and blue badge holders, and whether or not, when you got the response from the police, there was any engagement in advance to kind of talk through potential other options, because I just wonder if they were aware of those other things that were being trialled or being brought in other cities, and what if they'd given any opinion as to the suitability of those measures to prevent terror attacks. So sometimes you say the only solution is this because you don't know what's out there. So I'd be keen to know if that had been explored with the police and discussed. Thanks.
I'm not aware of the Canterbury model, so I'm more than happy to take that away and talk to Mark Kahn and the counterterrorism unit security advisor. I know they do work on a national basis, and the CPNI, the abbreviation for which I can't remember off the top of my head, for which I apologise, do share that best practice across their working group. So, you know, I will raise that and look at it. I think, like any risk assessment, though, it's also partly about the risk and the nature of our city compared to other locations. So it's not just about the solution we're proposing, it's about the risk as those counterterrorism unit security advisors think the risks are, which is partly about our geography, partly about our number of people on the street. So there's a number of factors that come into that risk assessment that they then play back to us.
Thanks, James. And Councillor Vassie, I think you had a supplementary as well.
It's more to get some information from you, Chair, just to have an idea of where the meeting's going. I would like to raise the issue of cycling access, and I'm just keen to find out where you see that in the grand scheme of things, just so.
Yeah, I've got a note down here about cycle route and the Martin Hignett report,
Right, okay.
and things there. So I certainly wanted to come to that. I've got two more people who had substantive questions. I'm also conscious that we are at 8:30 now as well. So yes, it is on my to-do list, but I think there's just a lot of complexity to a lot of these different issues, isn't there? So if I could take us to Councillor Norman, who had a question, and then Councillor Baker, I think you had a substantive question as well, which I'll come to after Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Chair. I just kind of wanted to pull attention back towards submissions that have been received with regards to the proposals, especially from public. And I have to say that having looked through responses to proposals and other such things previously, the strength and weight of them seems quite significant to me. I wonder if officers could advise whether usually a TPO would, is it TRO, isn't it, would receive this kind of ratio of objection to support, and if a TRO received that kind of ratio, what would normally happen?
I think they vary. Undoubtedly, traffic regulation orders are generally not in the way, and this is an unfortunate word to use, apologies, but they are generally discriminatory, not in equality terms, but they tell you who can and who can't use a section of the highway. So generally, whenever we do a traffic regulation order consultation, we tend to get a response from those people who perceive they are having a right taken away or something they've had previously removed. So it's not unusual to get a strong response. It's not a referendum process in that, and ultimately it's a political decision. What we are very careful to do, and hopefully you can see it in the papers tonight, is we try to lay out all those views as much as possible in terms of those who support and those who object. And ultimately it's politicians, either through the executive member for transport for the sort of less important ones, or executive for the more significant traffic regulation and orders, that would determine the route, having considered that. But it is a weighing up of the benefits versus the impacts that people report. This is obviously very different in terms of there's a whole equalities, human rights angle to this that plays out, which needs to be, makes the decision even more difficult than it normally is.
supplementary there, Councillor Norman?
Yeah, if I can just come back. I mean, I'm aware of one in my ward which had 60% in favour and 40% against, which was the officer recommendation was to refuse because of a lack of local support. It just strikes me that because we've got what 200 plus against this and 5 in support, that there isn't a great deal of weight in from what I can see in the report given to what people actually think. And I understand why that is, because clearly the weight given to the submission from the police has been given additional weight. But I think, for me at least, there needs to be more clear sign in this report that there is almost a consensus in this city that this is a terrible idea, but that we are being made to do it for other reasons. If that's the conclusion, which confuses me, but that seems to be the suggestion.
Neil, I think waving at me.
I would just guard against taking TROs on the basis of that they are comparable in terms of their impact on people, in terms of the specific impact on them, or the quantum of people that it impacts. The city's most infamous TRO on Lendal Bridge had a huge impact, resulted in thousands and thousands of effectively refunds being issued by this authority. We've got another significant impact TRO at the moment in place, on experimental TRO on the Groves, and that is instigating thousands of responses in respect of a specific TRO. So I think it's very difficult for members, and I would guard against drawing conclusions about weighting the responses to these consultations. It fundamentally comes down to your decisions as to the balance between the impacts and effects of how you're administering the road. If we look at the city centre, for example, over 200,000 people a day during the summer visit the city centre. It blows into absolutely out of any proportion the 200 responses that we've had in respect of the consultation, but absolutely, and I do take the point that's been made incredibly well by the disabled community and councillors, is that that is irrelevant in terms of those 200 and the 200,000, because we've got to protect to the best of our ability the needs of those people who are impacted by our decisions. So I think guarding against the numbers game is very important in terms of traffic regulation orders.
James, I think you had something else to add as well.
Yeah, I mean, just to support what Neil was saying, really, I think, you know, it's not a referendum approach. There was quite a lot of support for extended foot streets in the My City Centre consultation, which is in the pack. That's not to downplay the 200 very valid responses that object and talk quite eloquently about the severe impact that will have. You know, it's not about a sort of numbers game. It is about understanding the impacts, the reasons why we're doing it, or proposing what we're proposing, should I say, and trying to balance up that for decision makers is where we're trying to get to, and making sure we've got as many good recommendations as possible around how access can be improved.
Councillor Fenton wanted to add something, Councillor Lomas add something. I'm then going to move us off this and on to Councillor Baker's substantive question.
Just briefly, I think Councillor Norman was right to mention those submissions, which was a very sort of powerful testimony. I think the thing that came out of it, which I found of most kind of interest and value, was the suggestions that were made in terms of why certain mitigations could potentially work, but as currently configured and delivered wouldn't work. And Duncan, we're not here to talk about Duncan Place. We could be here all night talking about Duncan Place, but and I was thinking, well, hopefully somehow this will kind of feed into the action plan in terms of if we want these mitigation measures to actually do the job that they're designed to do, then that kind of feedback is absolutely invaluable. So it's just useful to have an assurance that the very kind of rich feedback that came in through those submissions will actually feed into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it comes back to Councillor Lomas's point earlier about co-production. I think the engagement that has happened so far, somehow, but that will need to, we will need to continue to engage to make sure the solutions that we work through as they become real, you know, absolutely work for people as well as possible. And I appreciate there's a tension about the amount of consultation we've done on this versus you talking to us again. So that's why we proposed the access officer. That's why we proposed the access forum, to streamline some of that so that actually it doesn't become a let's talk to the whole city again about this, but actually it becomes a sort of a smaller group of people who can speak on behalf of the disabled community so that we get the maximum benefit out of the recommendations we're making.
Councillor Lomas, I think you had a point to make as well.
Yeah, just on the hostile vehicle, is it measures or mitigations? Mitigations, sorry. It's too many acronyms. So just on that, you said that you started this by talking about how there had to be that balance because we've got to protect people's lives, which I completely agree with. And then you said you weren't aware of the example that Councillor Musson gave, which now I can't remember which city it was, Canterbury. But in the pack that you have shared with us, page 374 onwards, Chester and Bath are given as examples where disabled access is allowed within the ring of steel, within the hostile vehicle mitigations, to ensure that people's rights to access aren't prevented inadvertently as you're trying to establish these mitigations. And I think then Cambridge is also cited as an example where cycling is allowed. So it's just curious to me why we've ended up with a solution that says nothing when other cities are clearly taking other routes, and they must also have their local police saying to them, there are these risks and you need to do something about these risks.
Andy, if you're looking.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of Chester, obviously it's been cited as an example, but I think I set out the last scrutiny that there are some inaccuracies in some of the ways that's been cited and how it works in practice. And we've had detailed conversations with their parking team who manage that, and also they have an access officer in Chester. That was one of the things we wanted to understand about from them and how that role works. So again, the key ones in Chester are around that sort of, it's a staffed barrier approach. And again, there is an ability to say it's too busy today in the city centre, so there's no access on this day. Again, it's around the decisions Chester are taking towards risk and managing that risk as a council there. In terms of Bath, those measures, they are looking at them at the moment, but effectively it involves protecting a street with counter-terrorism measures all the way around within the sort of the wider counter-terrorism measures, but they've not made a decision to put that in place yet. It's a consideration that they're giving to, but I don't think that decision has been made yet.
And I think just to add, obviously Chester streets are a different makeup to York's streets in terms of their sort of design and risk, and I think that's what it comes down to a certain extent is, you know, each city is looking at its risk and its locations based on that. And unfortunately, tight, narrow streets with lots of people on them are the highest risk streets from at risk of a hostile vehicle attack.
Okay, thank you. I am not seeing further hands. I think we've gone through the list of all the substantive questions. There was obviously the issue around cycle access, which I would just like to touch on. And then I think what I'd like us to do is just have 5 minutes on that and then think about whether there's any recommendations that we want to take. I'm aware that we're running over time, but I think it's been a useful and important discussion to have, and I think we do need to come to some conclusions on some of the kind of bigger picture points, if not going through line by line every recommendation. So just on the cycle access, and in particular, I think obviously I'm looking at, sorry, it's Christian, isn't it? I think from the York Couriers. And I don't know whether you're aware, but at the 25th of October discussions, we did talk quite a lot around courier access, and we've asked Councillor Norman's committee, the Economy and Place Committee, to do a piece of work specifically around delivery and courier access. It's quite vague and open at the moment in terms of what the scope of it will be, but that's certainly something that we would look to return to. I suppose the specific question that was raised, I think by a number of speakers, was around the Martin Higgett report and the recommendation, which I think suggested that there should be a cycle access through the city centre, and why that had been rejected. Seemingly out of hand potentially. I don't know if you want to just comment on that a little bit, and then obviously if members, I know Councillor Bassey, you were keen to talk around cycle access. If members have any questions around that, then I'll try to bring you all in.
Yeah, so the Martin Higgett report, I think the majority of the recommendations in that report have been taken through to the different strategy documents. I think the key one was around looking at a cycle route across the city centre. So the Martin Higgett report concluded with our model that we've developed, which is broadly that in principle cycling shouldn't be permitted in the foot street areas. The question then went towards there should be any exemptions or whether there should be a cycle route through the middle of a city. And the route that was looked at is along Parliament Street, Davygate and Blake Street. So Martin Higgett looked at it from their position as an access consultant and suggested that a route could work. It'd need sort of contraflow cycle lanes, with pinch points have to be included. It'd have to be suspended when the events were taking place in Parliament Street as a cycle lane. And when it was busy, cyclists would need to dismount. So I mean, the technical officers who've looked at that just don't think it is feasible without significant investment in a redesign of that part of the city. To enable it, we don't have any investment at the moment. We were unsuccessful with the levelling up funding bid, which we're looking for a big pot of money for that area of the city to look at. So at the moment, there's no finances for that. That's not to say it isn't something that could happen in the future, but I think that was a conclusion, James, wasn't it, of officers?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think if we'd got the levelling up funding, then we might have had a slightly different response to it, because obviously there would have been significant investment in the city centre. I think the challenge around the city centre particularly is, unlike most spaces where there is shared use, you're progressing in a linear manner generally, whereas in the city centre there is an awful lot of crisscrossing movements just by the nature of how a city centre operates. So that is absolutely more of a challenge in terms of implementing a route. That's not to say it's forever out, but I think my officer's view is you need to redesign Parliament Street and Davygate particularly is, I think, the big concern, to make sure that actually that conflict doesn't create, you don't create more conflict points because people are crisscrossing. They're not just walking down the street in a linear way, in the same way you would down the river, say, where there's that conflict it occurs in a different way. As I say, I think it's more about finding the investment to make a 10, 20 million pound investment in those spaces.
So would the summary then be that it's considered not something that could be done now, but it's not something that is being ruled out as a forever? Yeah. So Councillor Bassey, I don't know if you had any questions. I've got one other question, but I'll go first.
Thank you, Chair. And that does beg the questions, doesn't it? I mean, I think one of the problems of these 1,000 pages is the huge range of topics that are contained within it. We've got cycling, we've got parking, we've got blue badge access, and it's all done without a local transport plan. And this is a major obstacle to this, because where's the context? And we're just hearing there that it's not something for now, but it might be something for the future. But the recommendations here are that in principle, cycling should not be permitted in the foot streets. So we're putting the cart before the horse, and that worries me, because there are hundreds of beautiful historic cities across this country and the rest of Europe that have solved this issue of how do you provide viable cycling access and at the same time have foot streets and preserve your historic centre. And James has made a very good point that there needs to be money for such a thing to be done. But we also know that the way government tends to work is they suddenly wake up on a Friday afternoon and say, we've got 300 million quid, who are we going to give it to? Who's got a great cycling plan? And so I worry with a recommendation here that says in principle cycling should not be permitted in the foot streets, because we're never going to be ready to submit a coherent plan to do what is suggested here in the Martin Higgett Associates report, which seemed to me to make a good deal of sense of having a route that goes through the city centre and to formalise it and to structure our city around it as other cities do. I also note in the context of this report comments about who uses such a thing. And we heard from public speakers, we heard from Jamie earlier on behalf of disabled cyclists, we've heard from couriers, that motor cars and bicycles are not the same thing. And in a sense, again, we're conflating everything. Everything becomes jumbled up in this mega report. And there are phrases in here that really worry me about the city centre, paragraph 39 of wherever that is, page 100 and about to page 200, I think, no, 195. There are wider issues to understand about how the city centre will continue to develop in response to food deliveries. Food outlets are also serviced by vehicles. And then it says in paragraph 40, the council will look to undertake further work to understand how food delivery models will develop and the implication to explore ways in which food deliveries, particularly from larger chains, can be facilitated outside the foot streets. The problem with that is that one of the things that gives us our thriving city centre economy is the huge number of cafes and restaurants in the centre. Then they're not businesses that can have an out-of-town shopping centre, an out-of-town centre to produce food that can be delivered. They are a cafe in the middle, and couriers are coming to pick up stuff. And it's how we facilitate that. And if we can't do it right now, and I take on board the comments about, where's our funding and where's the government going to help, what we should surely not be doing is having a recommendation that says, in principle, cycling should not be permitted in the foot streets, which essentially closes the door going forwards to developing that cycling city that I think a lot of people would like to see. So I'd like to hear how we might change that recommendation so that we're not doing that, so that we're not closing the door to cycling, so that we're not making it less possible in the future for disabled cyclists to have access to the city centre. That's my worry about this section.
So just in practical terms, this committee can make a recommendation that recommendation is either ignored or worded differently or however. So in about 2 minutes time, when we get to looking at recommendations, hold that one and we'll come to that. Neil, I will come to you in just one second.
Just to remind members, we do have a local transport plan. It does prioritise pedestrians above cyclists, and a cycleway through the city centre will have an impact on pedestrians, and it will particularly have an impact on pedestrians with protected characteristics. If we are to form a fully formed cycleway, and Copenhagen has a wide range of cycleways throughout its city centre, they are delineated as LTM 120 suggests by curbs. They've got accessibility issues in themselves if they're provided through the city centre. So I think there are significant challenges. I think, as James has highlighted, it's not to suggest that couldn't be considered to be changed in the future if members chose to put cyclists through those foot streets in a limited way, and they would have to put measures in place that took into account the cyclists operating in that area. And Dean gave us quoted previously, it's an area again where it's operated successfully. Clearly, it's not impossible to do. What the recommendation reflects is at this moment in time, across city centre, cycleway is not supported. And it's just also worth reflecting that the foot streets as they are now prohibit cycling during foot street hours. Cycling that you do see in foot street hours, officers get complaints about as to what are we doing about cyclists operating in the city centre. So I just think it is another area where we've got complex balances. And whilst yes, this report is big, and yes, it does have a myriad of decisions, that reflects the myriad of competing interests that our city centre has.
Andy.
Yeah, just add to that, that obviously, again, the way we have engaged, that's one of the key areas of tension often exists around cycling, and perceptions of safety and people's wanting to cycle in certain areas. And we've tried to explore all those options we've gone through. Obviously, in arriving at that plan, we're clearly very much saying cycling should absolutely be encouraged. And as part of the action plan, there are 2 active travel funding bids that are outlined to improve then the routes that go around the immediate Foot Street area, to improve those routes through, and also to improve secure cycle parking in strategic locations in the city centre. So effectively it'd be a hub and dismount model for the Foot Streets. It's not saying that we don't cycle into the city centre or through the city centre, it's just that Foot Street area is in principle the practice for pedestrians and people with mobility aids.
Thanks. I think there's a couple of points just to pick up on some of those things. I think paragraph 39 and 40 in this report that you referenced, I don't know whether they were written in response to the 25th of October discussion, but certainly the point of the referral to Economy in Place was to try to better understand what the need and demand is around that. We had some discussion around the pressure that's put onto delivery riders in particular to get hot food to its destination while it's still hot, and then the possibility of external production places being all well and good, but potentially encouraging people to drive rather than ride, and some of that. So that certainly was some of the stuff that we wanted to pick up there. I think that wider point, though, that you make, Christian, is a really important one. And I would hope it will be picked up in LTP4, looking at the potential for some of the recommendations of the Martin Higgett report, because I think that notion of having a clear understanding of what we're trying to achieve, so that when a pot of money does come up, you can say, well, actually, that's this part of the jigsaw here, that's why we want to do it. And we can not only make the case to government for the funding, but also make the case to local residents for why they're going to have that bit of disruption, or why it only goes so far and not the whole way, because you can demonstrate that it's part of a 15 or 20-year plan, rather than we've just thought of this because there's 800 grand available, right, quick, we can do that, bosh. And I think that rightly or wrongly, there has been a perception that we haven't had that longer term strategic vision for where cycling and walking and public transport and what have you is in the city. And I think, this all is part of what we would hope would be picked up in LTP4. I think at that point, it feels to me like we desperately need to get to looking at some recommendations and then looking to draw the meeting to a close. Councillor Lomas, did you have something you wanted to make as a comment, or as to move into a recommendation? Okay, so in terms of recommendations, I think the way that I would like to manage it, there's probably some specific points, and then there might be some sort of more global ones. My sense is that rather than going through each of these different sets of recommendations and going, yes, we endorse those wholesale, or we disagree with those wholesale, or whatever, we maybe make some general comment, and then if there are some specific points that we want to pick up or refer to executive to consider, I would like to suggest that the very first substantive point that we need to consider what we think about is whether or not, in the global sense of it all, are we comfortable that we are ready, or that executive has got all the information that they need to be able to make a decision about a permanent extension or otherwise. Because I think that is the kind of fundamental question, and then beneath that lie perhaps some specific points around whether or not there are tweaks or changes or additional things that might happen. So my sense would be that there's a variety of different things that have been put forward by different groups. The decision that executive are going to be asked to make is to make this a permanent extension. I believe that there has been an approach made to look at whether or not it could be possible to do a 1-year extension. Obviously, you could also look at saying, actually, no, this isn't something that we want to make a permanent extension at all, and we want to revert back to where it was in 2018 or what have you. So I suppose well, I don't know whether people want to comment or whether people want to just do by a show of hands whether or not we think that we're in a position to be making that first suggestion. I guess I'll ask for comments on the comments, really. Are we happy to make that kind of a recommendation or suggestion? Councillor Fenton, then Councillor Lomas.
I think in terms of, you pose a question, do executive have enough information in order to be able to make that decision? Obviously that will be their decision to make. I think in terms of if we put ourselves in their shoes, which I'm guessing is kind of what pre-decision scrutiny is about. Clearly there's a lot of information, some of it more relevant than others. I think and we've heard about the council's duty to safeguard life being key, and how that sits with the requirement, not to discriminate, not to disadvantage. I think personally, we've been told about the sort of phase 1, phase 2 hostile vehicle measures. Part of me thinks if this is something we're going to have to do anyway, is there obvious merit in trying to do it as one cohesive package of work, recognizing the harm that will inevitably cause? I think the key thing for me is, in order to support that approach, would be, and what I've been looking for is reassurances that the action plan that has been put together will actually be backed up by the resource it will need in order to give life to some of the very noble aspirations in terms of co-production, in terms of changing the way that the foot streets operate to make them more accessible, and also taking on board some of the comments from the responses that Councillor Norman related to, where people commented on some of the mitigation, saying, but you've missed some things here. I think with having the confidence that that action plan, which I would hope, if it comes to fruition, will something that this committee will be looking at, then on that basis I would be reluctantly content to support what's being proposed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few points to make. I'll try and make them in a sensible order. Number one, is it scrutiny if we didn't get a chance to scrutinise? Because, on my basic understanding of the word scrutiny is that we should be able to look at everything that is being put in front of executive in terms of their decision making. We should be able to scrutinise that. And I don't believe, going back to what many of the public speakers said, and you mentioned it in your opening as well, I don't believe we've had a real opportunity to scrutinise the 1,000 and some pages that were submitted. I have 4 things that I would want the executive to take into account when making a decision. And they are summarised as: has the public sector equality duty in the Equality Act been properly considered? So does the plan in place or the recommendations in place advance equality of opportunity between persons who share the protected characteristic of disability and those who do not share it? Does the plan in place foster good relations between persons who share the protected characteristic of disability and those who do not? Does this plan...
Councillor Lomas, could you just go a little bit slower, because we're desperately trying to sort of note them down.
Type it afterwards, yeah. Does this plan even comply with the basic requirement in the Equality Act to avoid discrimination? I would also want the executive to consider that speaker after speaker and many contributors in writing contained in these reports have described the many ways that disabled people will be excluded, disadvantaged, harmed and discriminated against, and the many ways that they have been deeply hurt and traumatised by the approach that has been taken to this entire process. So those are the things I would want executive to take account of. I would suggest that the decision for executive should be deferred to allow for the appointment of the access officer, to enable that access officer to explore co-production of mitigations of the harm and discrimination, and that would likely enable the council to comply with the public sector equality duty and the basic principle of the Equality Act, not to discriminate against people with a disability. So those would be my points, but I think the recommendation is that the executive are not in a position to make this decision at this point, because I think that to do so is to discriminate and to avoid the council's obligations under the public sector equality duty.
Thanks, Councillor Lomas. Councillor Orrell.
Just to say, Councillor Fenton's made a proposal that the recommendations are accepted. I think, can we move forward on that?
We're having a discussion about whether or not we think that that's the right way forward. That's where we are at the moment. Is I invited opinion and comment from people. Okay, thank you. Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for contributions too. I think Councillor Fenton has touched on what I think is one of the most fundamental issues of this, which is about resource. And I think if we look at this in a comprehensive manner, is it possible to arrive at a situation where we have complied with what the police are telling us and also not discriminated against people? I think it is possible to do that. Is it possible to do that without resource? I'm not entirely sure that it is. And I don't think this report really realistically suggests spending the kind of money that we would need to spend on the city to get to the state where we could exclude vehicles in that manner. And well, it's not excluding the vehicles that matters, but we could exclude people in that manner. And all of the things we've talked about, various mitigations have been discussed here, lots of ideas, concepts, all of them costing quite a significant sum of money. Councillor Vassi's proposal of buses, which I don't think would fully resolve the issue, but might provide some mitigation. There is no conception in this report to fund that in any meaningful way. I just worry that we are potentially not meeting our obligations for a lack of funding. And because of that, I am not sure we can proceed with a half-baked idea that is not properly funded and therefore is going to actively discriminate. And I'm not convinced that unless this report comes with the funding, that it's going to be useful. And so I think I concur that some kind of delay for permanent measures is needed until the money is in place to actually mean we can carry out the concept that is being proposed, because I don't think we're there right now.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. Councillor Vassi.
To respond, first of all, to Councillor Norman's point, I think he makes a useful point. What I draw his attention to is the fact that in June, the council had to submit a bid to the Better Bus Partnership. And the government, for all its faults, was calling very specifically for innovative public transport projects and ambitious ones. And right now, the government has said it's giving billions to large metropolitan authorities to transform public transport. So you're right to say that we don't have the money, but I still think it's absolutely vital that we work up the schemes and we're ready. and we demonstrate that we have the capacity to think big and to help to transform our city on public transport. And it just disappoints me when the opportunities go flying past. I'm sure you're right, and Councillor Lomas is right in the points she's made, that it won't suit everyone. But it's too easy for us to never do anything because it's not a silver bullet. There are no silver bullets, as Al Gore said a long time ago. There's just silver buckshot. And I think we need to have the capacity to bring in all the solutions we need to make things happen. Getting down to the specifics and what's being proposed, Chair, I'd very much like to see us not include the bullet point, confirm the existing position that cycling is not permitted in the foot streets. I understand what's been said. I understand what's been said about the existing local transport plan. I understand that it's a decade old and that we're now in a climate emergency. And I understand that we've got to get our act together and do better for our city, for our children, for everyone else. So if that's already in the local transport plan, the one that we've got at the moment, so be it. Let's have ambition. Let's not put that in this lot and give ourselves the opportunity of looking forwards. In terms of the rest of it, I'd only say, remind you where we were earlier on, where it says carry out a feasibility study for a dedicated EV shuttle service. I really think that we will make progress if we recommend, at least to the executive, that they look to getting a practical trial undertaken rather than just generating more and more square meters of paperwork. So I'd be happy to propose a form of words, or for you to propose a form of words, and to see if people support it. Obviously, if no one supports it, I'm on my own. But I do think that it's time for practical stuff here in order to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vassie. Councillor Hollier, I think you wanted to comment.
Thanks. I mean, I've spent sort of many hours now listening to a huge variety of voices speak on this, 1,000 pages plus of reports. It's very difficult to see if the question is, has the executive got the information it needs to make a decision? It's very difficult to see what further information could be out there now that they wouldn't be aware of, and clearly that's a matter for them ultimately to decide. On the question of whether or not they should go ahead with the plans more or less as proposed at the moment, I think going back to the very sort of first principles of it and the impetus for it is to my mind, the anti-terrorism measures, and it's clear to me that those are essential. And if you accept that, then you also have to accept that that has a knock-on effect on blue badge holders and others. And, you know, it is extremely unfortunate, and in an ideal world wouldn't be necessary. But I see it less as something the council is choosing to do really, and more as something that the sort of sad state of the world in many ways is forcing upon us. And that comes as well with questions in terms of whether, you know, how you implement that. And I think it is necessary to exclude all vehicles, because essentially you've negated the point of having the zone if you let any vehicles in there. In terms of additional recommendations, I'd be happy to see some of them included from the human rights report, namely 2 to 4, which includes CYC appointing an access officer, which I think is in the report anyway, establishing a disability access forum, and further training on equality impact assessments, which I'm sure is always a good idea. And my past history with attempting to produce equality impact assessments for a minerals local plan tells me just how difficult sometimes they can be to understand all the issues. I certainly think more training would not be a bad thing. But broadly, I'm content with the recommendations as they are with a few additions. Happy as well to look at Christian's suggestion, but certainly think that they've got the information they need to make that decision.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'll just give you my thoughts, and I've tried to sort of scribble down the various sort of specific bits of proposals, which I think we'll come to in a moment. And I suppose it's a difficult in terms of the wording of how we phrase. I think you're right, Councillor Hollier. There's a degree to which when you're looking at 1,000 pages of information, how much more information do you need? The question, I suppose, that I would put, or the thing that is concerning me, we have acknowledged, I think, that if you are eligible for a blue badge, you are very unlikely to be able to walk more than 50, possibly 80 meters, but certainly not 150 meters. Not for everybody, but for a significant number of people. And I think we've also acknowledged that the extension to the foot streets area is more than 150 meters. And we've acknowledged that dropped curbs and rest stops every 50 meters could well be significant mitigations for not everybody, but a significant number of blue badge holders, but they are not in place at present. And I think for me, it's premature to make a permanent extension knowingly discriminating against a group of people for whom they do have a protected characteristic in legislation, in law, when we know the things that we need to do to try to minimize that impact. And I think we probably all acknowledge that there will always be a tension between having any vehicle at all and everybody having access. That's always going to, there's always going to be that group for whom really nothing will mitigate against the loss of access, the loss of blue badge access. But there are a significant number of people, I would contend, for whom we haven't yet done anywhere near enough mitigation for the amount of loss of access that we will cause or have caused already through this foot street extension. And so I don't think we should be making that permanent until we have employed the access officer and heard what that access officer has to say, done that co-production work around the mitigations that could benefit not everybody, but a significant number. You know, things like I want to call it the Vassi bus now, you know, that's going to be the thing. But, you know, those sorts of schemes, I don't think have been fully explored. And if they are in the region of £2,000 a month or whatever it was or 2,000 francs or euros possibly, are we comfortable that we would be making a permanent change before those steps that we know could make a significant difference have been implemented? And I just don't think we should be doing that. I think that whole notion around the status quo, sorry, Christian, I'm kind of picking up on a few things that you've said, and I do broadly agree with that notion of we need to be looking forward and we need to be moving forward. And for me, it's just as unacceptable that somebody currently or in 2018 couldn't get down to the post office because they couldn't get down Coney Street. That wasn't acceptable then. So it's not something we should look to go back to, but nor does that mean that we just plow on regardless. And I take you back to the thing that I said right at the start of the meeting of sort of saying, these are protected characteristics. And if we supplement a different protected characteristic into what we're proposing to do, and those people with those protected characteristics are telling us they will be excluded from the city centre. And we know, we've all acknowledged that we haven't yet done enough to mitigate against that impact. If we were saying that about any of the other protected characteristics, you'd be horrified. You'd be horrified. Not one of you would vote for it. So to me, we are sending a very, very, very dangerous message, I think, to the disabled community if we say well, actually, your protected characteristic is different than all of those other protected characteristics. And we know that this is going to cause you harm and discrimination. And we know that there are things that we could have done that we haven't yet done, but we're just going to plow on anyway. That to me is where we are. And I personally think that we should be saying to executive, yes, we acknowledge that there's a whole range of difficult things for you to contend with. And yes, your aspiration might well be to make a permanent extension to the Foot Street areas once sufficient things are in place, but they are not yet in place. And so therefore you cannot make that permanent at this moment in time. So I guess we are in a bit of a point where I think we probably need to have a vote on that particular aspect. Councillor Fenton, I don't know whether you want, how we want to word it, because I think I probably put it initially around, do we have the right amount of information? I think that that's probably not the right context. I suppose from my perspective, the question is almost, is it the right time to make a permanent extension? Is the first point. And if it's not the right time, my argument would be because we haven't done X, Y, and Z, and until such time.
I think the way I think there's a lot to be said for what you said in terms of, you know, none of us get into local politics to actively discriminate against any group of residents. I think the key thing for me is that in terms of if we set a threshold, how much would need to be done by this time next year? Would we be looking at a further 1-year extension? I think, and as James alluded to, the thing with traffic restriction orders is that they can be changed, they can be altered, they can be revoked. If we find ourselves in a year's time that the terror threat has diminished to such an extent that we find ourselves in a different position, I would hate to lose the opportunity to actually, as Councillor Vassie said, to actually make some proper progress on these actions, which, as we've all identified, are not just nice to haves, they're absolutely essential in order to make a new access arrangement to the city centre work for as many people as possible and cause as least harm as possible. And as for the question I asked myself is that if we were to defer making the arrangements permanent for a year or for forever how long, what difference could that make? It shouldn't make a difference in terms of our commitment to this action plan, and we could almost have another meeting about the action plan and ways in which we think it would need to be strengthened. We think, aside from the issue of resources, just some of the language used in it and some of the issues in the written feedback, does it sufficiently address those? That's the kind of the conversation I want to get into, but I don't really think postponing the decision on permanency for a year would move us any further on in terms of moving that next important discussion forward.
I think for me, I will bring you in a moment, Councillor Lomas. I think for me, the important thing is the message that it would clearly send to a community that feels under significant threat. And that is about saying we acknowledge that not enough has yet been done, and therefore we cannot make this permanent until enough stuff has been made done. And actually, you know, the time frame, I would hope that, because that exemption is currently been removed, so those blue badge holders currently don't have access to this area. We're not yet talking about whether or not that exemption ought to be overturned or anything like that. You know, so if we're talking about a postponement of a decision to make it permanent until such time as all of these things have been put in place, I think that's a much more positive message to say to the disabled community than to say, well, we're going to put it in place anyway, knowing that these things are not there, and we're going to do our best to try and get them there in such time. That would be, to my mind, it's the framing of it as much as anything else. Councillor Lomas, do you want to just comment?
Yeah, thank you. Totally agree with that point, Councillor Crawshaw, but I just want to be clear, through the the discussions we've had tonight and the discussions that were had on the 25th of October, it has been accepted that there is a disproportionate impact on disabled people if the plan as it exists now goes ahead, and that not enough has been done to mitigate against that impact, and therefore it is discriminatory. And my view is that the questions around the public sector equality duty and the requirement in law to ensure that you do not discriminate, not enough has been done. The equality impact assessments, there are 3, well, one's like a double one, so actually 4 in the bundle of 1,000 and odd pages, and not one of them has mitigations around the public sector equality duty. All we have is that one tiny paragraph that I read out, which says it is considered that the council has complied with the public sector equality duty, but it does not explain how and why. There is nothing in any of the equality impact assessments to explain how and why. None of that work has been done. There are huge deficiencies. And so my message to executive is that if they go ahead and they take the recommendations as they are here, they will be knowingly making permanent, and that's the question, is whether it gets made permanent or not, that discrimination against disabled people. And so that's the question. And I can absolutely guarantee you that if they go ahead and make that permanent, there will be no review of the action plan within 12 months. But if they take our recommendation and go for a deferment, they absolutely will have movement. Things will happen within the next 12 months because there will be that absolute frame around it. If they want to do what they want to do, they have to put the legwork in. They have to go in there and they have to put those mitigations in place. They have to consider the vasibus, if that's what we're going to call it. They have to do all that work before they can reconsider this decision. If you make it permanent, permanent means permanent means permanent. And yes, at some point in the future, some of the administration might be looking at it and might look to make a change. But I can guarantee that nothing will happen if they make it permanent right now.
Councillor Fenton.
Just brief responder, in terms of the questions you asked around the public sector equality duty, then I think they're perfectly valid questions, and I would have no problem in officers being asked to address those in terms of the advice that they give to executives. I don't have a problem with that. In terms of you know, if executive make a decision to make the Fug Street extension permanent, the action plan will be tossed aside. I think that's, yeah. I would like to think that if we're worth anything as a committee, then we will make it our responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen. I think it'd be pretty sad if, you know, speaking personally, you know, it's only by having a semblance of an action plan that gives me some sense of comfort that that won't happen. And obviously, from my perspective, I'll do what I can to make sure it doesn't.
Councillor Vassie.
Yeah, I'd echo much of what Councillor Fenton has just said. I take very seriously all the things that we're looking at here, as do we all. We all accept absolutely the right of all of us to access our city. The challenge that we face is that at the moment we're hovering, trying to work out where do we go. We've got one of the options is to go back to where we were and start all over. And the other option, it seems to me, is to move forwards and to apply ourselves to making it work. I take on board everything that's said about the need to expedite all of this, to get it done. I understand that. And when we see in the report, you know, about drop curbs and about resting places where people can rest, I agree 100%. We need to get that stuff done as soon as possible. We need to get it done anyway, is the bottom line. So if the option is to just take 5 steps back, and say, well, we'll take another run at it in a few months. Or let's hold people's feet to the flames. Let's say we're going to do this. Let's be very clear that what this committee wants the executive to do is, if you endorse this, we want you to get on with it. We don't want to be looking at an action plan in 12 months' time. We want stuff to be done. We can say that clearly. We can, all of us, play our part in doing our utmost to make it happen. We can work with officers to try and drive that process forwards. But I'm not convinced that taking 2 steps back actually gives us the steps forward that I think we all want to see. I think we're just struggling to have confidence that that stuff will happen. And I understand why. We're all elected politicians. We know how these things can pan out. But I think there's goodwill around this table, and I think the positive view is one that I would endorse.
Thank you, Councillor Vassie. Yeah, Councillor Lomas, and then I had Councillor Musson as well.
I just want to ask a question about this 2 or 5 steps backwards, because I don't think that's what we're not saying go back to how things were. We're saying keep things as they are now today, and make sure you do the homework properly before you make this permanent. That's what we're not saying, reverse it all. And nobody's suggesting that at all. And I don't want anybody to be under that misapprehension. We are saying that they should not make a decision on making it permanent until they've done the homework. And part of the homework is making sure that the equality impact assessments properly address the public sector equality duty, and making sure that mitigations are properly considered in a co-production way. We're not saying dial it all back, go back to how we were in 2018 and wait. We are saying don't make this mistake permanent before you've done more work around the mitigations.
Thank you, Councillor Musson.
Thanks, Chair. I echo what yourselves and Councillor Lomas said about reasons that I think this is a bit of a gamble to take without all of the necessary infrastructure in place to make sure that it doesn't have an absolutely catastrophic effect on the disabled community in York. I have to say, I mean, it's very nice to have an optimistic view that we can just say, yes, we're going to do this and everything else will fall into place. But I think we need to remember that people will be listening to this decision and they will see that as a gamble with their lives, with their private lives, with their right to enjoy life. And they won't see it that way of, oh, we'll just be optimistic. And actually they'll look to the history of the past few years where a change was brought in with no consultation whatsoever that has caused a lasting impact. You know, there's lots of testimonies in here that about physical pain, emotional pain, isolation and loneliness that people have experienced over the last few years. And I think it's quite reckless to steam ahead without ensuring that we do the necessary preparation to make sure that that does not repeat itself. So I'm obviously not on the executive, but I would feel very uncomfortable proceeding with something that could have that same effect without having the necessary co-design and support in place to make sure that it wasn't an absolute disaster for access and human rights in the city.
Thanks, Councillor Musson. I think what I'm going to do, did you want to make another comment? Sorry, Councillor Vassie. Or...
Yes, and I don't want this to be misunderstood, because I think we're all trying to sort this problem out. But part of my challenge here is that the conclusions and recommendations in the Human Rights Report, item 1 specifically says current restrictions on blue badge access should be lifted and all decisions placed on hold. And that's why I'm saying it's 2 steps back.
We're not, nobody's at the moment, we're not talking about that.
So I just want to clarify why I said this.
I think there may be some other things that we want to get to, but I think
right,
on this substantive point.
Yeah.
So I think where we got to, I've just double checked with Janie in terms of the order in which I can take things. It seems to me that we need to consider whether or not a deferment is the appropriate next step. If that's agreed, then obviously there's no need for a decision about saying that we're comfortable to proceed. If that's not agreed, then we come to whether or not we're comfortable to proceed. Obviously find the exact right wording in terms of those 2 things. And then based on those outcomes, there may be some other points that we just want to clarify or endorse or otherwise. So I think if I get this correct, what I would first of all like us to vote on is whether the committee wishes to recommend that executive defer a decision on making a permanent extension to the Foot Streets area pending the appointment of an access officer and sufficient work on co-production around mitigation measures and their implementation until, and once those things are in place, to revisit the decision with a view to whether it's then appropriate to make it into a permanent extension. Does that sound approximately summary of things? Okay, so Councillor Norman, obviously you don't have a vote in this. I think we can just go by a show of hands. So can I see all those in favour of that proposal, please? And can I see all those against? And any abstentions? I don't think there are. Okay, so that falls. So the next decision is, are we as a committee comfortable to recommend that executive proceeds with making a permanent extension to the Foot Streets area? I don't know, Councillor Fenton, if you want to add any caveats to that, or if that's the first part of it, and then we pick up any caveats within any additional.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just add with accompanying action plan, but I don't think it needs to be any more than that.
Yeah. Okay, so can I see all those in favour of that course of action? Thank you, and all those against? And there are no abstentions. So we will put that forward. I think I would like to just record that that was on a split vote, because I think that that is appropriate to do so on a contentious issue. So we've then got a number of questions and some other potential recommendations that I think have been put forward. So I'm going to just try and take them through and summarise them, but please do jump in if I've misrepresented or missed anything out. So I think Councillor Lomas had suggested 4 questions that might be put to executive to say, are we satisfied or are you satisfied that these things have been addressed or picked up? I was trying to scribble them down as you were reading them through. I think if I can just sort of quickly summarise, and then perhaps if we're happy just to take the exact wording off of the recording as you've read them out, but broadly it was about has the public sector equalities, what's the word for it? Public sector equality duty been sufficiently taken into account? Does this, sorry, my writing is terrible. I think I'm going to go Councillor Lomas. If you don't mind just very briefly summarising, there were 4 points.
So does the plan in place advance equality of opportunity between persons who share the protected characteristic of disability and those...
Can you just go a bit slower?
Sorry. Does the plan in place advance equality of opportunity between persons who share the protected characteristic of disability and those who do not? That is using the wording from the public sector equality duty. Does the plan in place foster good relations between persons who share the protected characteristic of disability and those who do not? Again, wording from the public sector equality duty. Does this plan comply with the Equality Act requirement to avoid discrimination on the basis of a protected characteristic of disability? And bearing in mind that many speakers and contributors in consultation have described the ways that disabled people will be excluded, disadvantaged, harmed, and discriminated against, and the feedback that people have been deeply hurt and traumatized by the approach taken to making this decision, do they feel that the equality impact assessments sufficiently cover the issues and provide sufficient mitigations. So those were the 4 things.
So if we take the proposal as being, we are asking the executive to satisfy themselves that those 4 points have been covered and addressed, okay? So if I can see by a show of hands that we're happy to send that up to executive, all those in favour? Anybody against? Okay, so that's carried, thank you. And we'll, I think probably if we just get that wording from the webcast and then just double check with Councillor Lomas and then perhaps myself and Councillor Fenton, just make sure that we're all satisfied that that's exactly the wording as we've done, because there was quite a bit of wording in there. So that'd be great. I think I'm just going through the things that I had jotted down as we were going through. The issue around the feasibility of the Bassi bus, and it's going to be called that from now on. That's definitely what it's going to be called. I've got visions of the Venga Boys or something like that. So you wanted to make a proposal about, I wasn't sure whether, was it amending a proposal that's in here, or was it a specific additional one?
Are we going to look, Chair, are we intending to respond to, for example, the recommendations on page 192 and 193 and offer an opinion, or are you thinking that we've carried out?
Well, my thought was that at 20 to 10 and a lot of recommendations, the general principle was, should it be made permanent or otherwise? And then if there were specific recommendations that we wanted to tweak or change, I would rather take those specific points being picked out rather than going line by line through each recommendation and going, do we all agree with that? Do we all agree with that? Do we all agree with that? I think if you've made a recommendation that says proceed, you can take it as read that unless we've tweaked or gone at them, then there's a general sort of sense that, okay, that's the recommendation is the recommendation. Councillor Fenton, did you want to comment on that?
Just to add, the bus that Councillor Vassie refers to is one of the lines on the action plan. So maybe this committee, maybe EMP, wherever, that in itself may form an issue that this committee wants to look at in terms of delivery schedule for an action plan, if that's approved. And that covers quite a few of the issues, but also there are some issues that it perhaps doesn't cover either at all or as well as it could be, which I guess we don't want to have that in-depth discussion now, but it does need to be had at some point.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Mussam, are you indicating as well?
It's not on this recommendation, it's just another.
Okay, I'll note you down. Councillor Vassie, I suppose I'll put it to you in terms of the suggestion that Councillor Fenton's just made. Would that sufficiently pick that up, or did you want to make a specific
What would
point?
worry me about that is, for example, also we talked about cycling. And if we just make this a blanket thing that forgets, I mean, we're not going to go through 1,000 pages of this report. I accept that in totality. But page 192 does make a series of clear statements about disabled access and recommendations going forwards. And there are 2 within that I think are important. And the first one, as I said, was that this report says confirm the existing position that cycling is not permitted. I personally think that's not helpful. I'd be quite happy for that not to be there. I don't know what other people think. We've heard that it's already in the local transport plan, but personally, I think that it would be helpful for our city to move forwards, not to be reiterating that we don't want to encourage cycling and cycling cargo bikes, etc., etc. So that's the first point. And the second point is simply contained on the EV shuttle bus there, carry out a feasibility study. I'm pleased that's happening. My point was simply, can we add a form of words that suggests to the executive that that feasibility study be centered around a practical trial of a vehicle that engages with all the disabilities group and blue badge holders. specifically to do all that, the co-production stuff that we've been hearing about, so that we move from theory to practice. So just to add to that, for a dedicated shuttle bus service to be provided, and for that feasibility to include a practical trial of a bus. That's what I'd like to see included, if people agree.
So I'll come to you in 1 second, Councillor Musson. But I think on that then, so what we would propose is to add to that sentence, just something along the lines of, which may include a practical trial following discussion with appropriate, should we say, sorry? Well, I was thinking more service users, to be honest, but I don't know whether we call it disability advocacy groups or disabled people's organisations. I think is what DPOs has been what's been referred to, hasn't it?
Both as well, because you need specific service provider to provide the bus, and then you need the range of users to use it specifically providing the bus.
Well, I would have thought the service provider would be covered within the feasibility study, because if it's ridiculously expensive, but I'm happy to have all of the words in there if we want to.
Service providers and users, isn't it? Does the vehicle exist? Do people support it? Do they have a chance to see if it'll do it? So if that's what Jamie's proposed, service providers and users.
Specific service providers plus the range of service users.
Yeah, I think if we say range of service users, because I think we should be clear that it might be something that actually is really beneficial to older people, but not particularly beneficial to disabled users.
Let's find out, yes.
Yeah. So on that specific point then, are we all happy to make that recommendation or suggested change? If I can just see you by a show of hands, everybody, if you're happy with doing that. Okay, thank you. Apologies, Councillor Musson, I realise I didn't come back to you on that.
It's all right, thanks, Chair. I wanted to propose something that's, I don't have page numbers, apologies, but in the, I believe it's the York Disability Rights Forum response, it's Annex S, that's helpful, isn't it? There's a set of proposals, and I wanted to propose that we do number 3 and 4, potentially 5, but that might be a more general point outside of this specific decision, which is that CRIC explicitly acknowledge the free labour that DPOs have investigated in gathering data on the topic, surveys, the time used. I think it's really important, given the nature of some of the responses, the fact that people have to use a lot of their time that they would otherwise be paid for, to answer what for some might be quite an uncomfortable topic. I think it's really important that we acknowledge that. Page 964 or 966, depending whether you're looking at printed or electronic version.
Thank you, Councillor Lemus. 964.
Annex S, 964, printed at the top, or 966 if you're looking at electronic. Towards the bottom.
So it's point 3.
Yeah, my first was point 3. I think it's important we do that. I mean, potentially with the thing that's already been suggested through the split vote, I would still be in favour of point 4. It might be slightly different to the way that they've phrased it, but I think that there should be, even if the Foot Street extension is going to be made permanent, I would be in favour of a working group kind of examining the implementation of that and any mitigation around it. Indeed, the action plan, I think, would be good to have an ongoing group to review that have lived experience that can give the feedback around how those mitigations are landing and how they're working.
So I think on that last point, we're going to come to that in what Councillor Hollier was suggesting around the 3 or 4 points from the Human Rights City Network, because I think that includes a disability forum, access forum, which I think would probably be the body that might pick that up. Did you want to make a point on the specific thing that Councillor Musson was just suggesting?
Only to suggest that would point 4 in the on 964 is probably picked up in point 3 of the human rights things. We probably don't want to set up two different competing forums, but perhaps they could kind of be merged in some joint. I think they probably do the same thing.
So to hopefully not oversimplify, could we consider endorsing point 3, 4 and 5 on page 964, and at the same time, point 2, 3 and 4 of the Human Rights City Network recommendations, endorse them in one go, suggesting that they be considered together to ensure that all of those are appropriately met.
I'd be happy with that, Chair.
Yeah, well, happy with that. So again, if I can just see a show of hands that we make that recommendation. Great, thank you very much. I'm going to take the other point that Councillor Vassie was raising and then come back to one which might possibly be slightly more contentious that I've noted down. So the principle around cycling in the foot streets, I would agree entirely with the point that you're making about not wanting to solidify that any further than it already has been, because I think we did acknowledge that should resources and other things fall into place, that might be something that we might want to revisit, particularly in light of the Martin Higgett report. So my view would be that we ought to be removing that and just leave it as removed and not go further than that. I saw Councillor Fenton first, and then I'll come to Councillor Lomas.
I mean, what we could do, we could note the existing position, because saying confirm suggests we're proactively saying and shall ever thus be, which we're not. Well, we're not saying, but we can maybe note the existing position rather than confirm the existing position.
Sorry, I didn't write down the names of everybody who, I think I said Councillor Lomas next, is that right? And then I've also seen Councillor Vassie and Councillor Musson.
I think there is an important point here that while we might have an aspiration to open up access to the city centre for cyclists, we risk, if that's not done in the right way, we risk causing problems for pedestrians, particularly those pedestrians who have access needs because they are disabled, if we don't do it in the right way. And I think that's why there has been reference made to confirming that cycling isn't allowed in the foot streets area, is because if you don't do that in the correct way, then it causes other problems that haven't been dealt with. So I think that if we do note, or I think that's quite a good way of framing it, Councillor Fenton, but if we do note it, then we should say, and that cycling shouldn't be allowed in pedestrianised areas until infrastructure is in place to ensure that cycling does not prevent other pedestrian or other users from safe access to the foot streets. Because I can't tell you the number of examples that are shared time and time and time again by access experts about badly done access for cyclists and prioritising cyclists over pedestrians is dangerous if not done properly. So I think we ought to note it and say it shouldn't be introduced until there is a way to do it safely and until that has in itself been subject to rigorous equality analysis.
Thanks, Councillor Lomas. Councillor Musson.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to ask that we add a line on that sort of acknowledges that we should look into the fact that some sort of way of arranging access for people that use bicycles as mobility aids, as is noted in that report with the initials MH, that I can't remember the name of. Martin something.
Martin Higgett.
Yeah, that's the one. There's a lot of reports. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
And Councillor Vassie.
In a sense, to echo what Councillor Musson has just said, I think maybe the easiest way to do it is to welcome the Martin Higgett Associates report and its constructive suggestions on moving cycling in the city, and hope that they will be used to develop a positive way forward, because the Martin Higgett report very much does take into account the needs of different disabilities groups and cyclists. And if I've got a regret, is that in the papers I got initially, that report was completely absent. And I think that the report has a lot of good things in it, and could help for, it would be good for the executive going forwards to note that, assuming everyone agrees, that we see that as having merit and being a useful contribution to helping cycling going forwards.
So I think I would just agree with Councillor Musson about the mobility aid element of cycling as well, because there certainly has been a number of people who've been challenging on that one. But I think also exactly right, Councillor Lomas, it's not as straightforward as just going, right, well, you know, you can cycle everywhere and there's no impact there. So I think if we suggest that the recommendation is changed to note as just a bit of semantic, and we just make that suggestion, but then we might also consider as a committee to welcome the Martin Higgett report and the findings and encourage executive to consider whether any of the recommendations could be taken forward in due course, or word it in that way. Would that be acceptable to everybody, Councillor Fenton?
Yeah, I mean, I must admit in my weekend reading, I didn't quite get around to reading the full Martin Higgett report. But yeah, in terms of referring to, the elements of that report that are relevant to this issue, and you know, ask executive to take those into account and act on them where possible, or words to that effect.
Yeah, I think we're all broadly in the same place on that then. So so it's those two little elements. So if I can just see again by a show of hands that we're all happy to endorse that. All those in favour? And anybody against? So it's 1 against, no abstentions. Thank you. And I think, the other one that we touched on, this is the one that I think might have had a bit more controversy to it. It was put to us quite some time ago. I'm afraid I don't know the page number. It's in the very first report, in the recommendations, at paragraph 21. There's A, B, C, D, and so on. And I think it was in paragraph D, whether we want to consider expanding that review on vehicle access exemptions to look again at anything around blue badge, or whether we are satisfied that we've made that exemption permanent and therefore it's neither here nor there. So it's in the very first report. I'm going to have to go to, I've got it highlighted in one report and I've got the page number in a different report. Apologies, give me 1 second. It is page, hold on. Yeah, 454. 454. Oh, blimey, it would have taken me a long while to get there. It's right at the top of my other papers. Just double check we're in the right place. All the pages that I tore out right at the start of the meeting. Can I just choose more papers that were in the same place? Yeah, that's the right one. So I think it was suggested at some point when we were discussing hostile vehicle mitigation and the balance of different access arrangements. There's obviously a recommendation to review and bring back a report on all remaining vehicle access exemptions, such as bullion vehicles, and explore how they can be removed or discouraged. And it was whether we wanted to include anything within that around blue badge, but I think probably on balance, we may have done and dusted that one. Councillor Fenton.
One thing we could do is kind of is flip the wording of D somewhat to almost say, bring back a report on all remaining vehicle access exemptions to see whether there would be legitimate grounds for those exemptions to be retained, rather than looking at how they could be removed. It's almost saying on what potential grounds are there for the access of these vehicles to be retained, given the other decision that's potentially being made.
I think I know what you're saying, but I think that the message that that might send is almost saying we've removed the blue badge exemption, and now we're looking at whether or not we can possibly hang on to any other exemptions.
That's not what I intended.
Yeah, no, but I think that might be the effect. I appreciate that, but I think that might be the effect of switching that around. Shall we leave that one where it is? Yeah. Okay, we'll leave that one where it is. And I think, unless anybody is thinking that I've missed anything major, I think we have covered off all the various different things that we have commented on. The one other thing that I've got a note on that I think we did, sorry, Councillor Emmons, I'll come in. Was it something I'd missed or that you wanted to add?
I was just going to ask if there's a way that we can point out to executive that we don't feel we were given enough time to properly scrutinise what is going before them. And I think that is an important point to make. It's been made by virtually every person in this meeting or speaking to this meeting this evening. And I think that's an important point we should make.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was going to pick up on that point, but around whether or not this committee wanted to look at how we produce information more generally, in terms of volume of information to be transparent versus volume of information to make it inaccessible. So I certainly would support us as a committee looking at that as a potential piece of work. If I can do that, because that might be the slightly less contentious one again. Is everybody happy that we take that as a piece of work for the committee? Is that a comment you want to make, Councillor?
I suppose a question really, because it's not just this meeting, but every planning meeting, the papers come out a week before. If you're lucky, you get them, on the Monday, Tuesday with the meeting on Thursday. I don't know what the legislation is around how long agendas need to come out before the meeting. I guess it is they have to come out a week, or could they come out longer if they're ready earlier? Or I think that's the issue here really, is not so much the length of the report, but the time the reports come out before the meeting that give people a chance to look at it properly. But my understanding was always it has to be a week.
So I think there's two things within it. My understanding is that there's a statutory 5-day period that's the minimum period, and we as a council have tended to just go to the minimum. But I think there is nothing other than resource, whether it's from officers or whoever's pulling together the reports, that says you couldn't publish it sooner than, with longer than 5 days. So I think that might be something that you might want to pick up. But I do think that there is a separate issue that says if you're trying to wade through 1,000 pages of information to come to some decision points, is that an accessible way for people to be able to engage versus what we might have done in the sort of good old days, as it were, of having a sort of summary report that says actually here's the key points, these are the key things that you need to deal with, and over there is where you can go and find more information.
I've got some sympathy with the officers who are basically damned if they do and damned if they don't. If they'd have produced a smaller report, a lot of the stuff that is in here is stuff we specifically requested, came back to this meeting. So I've got a little bit of sympathy in that sense, but there's certainly no doubt is a way of condensing this somewhat into something that is a bit more palatable. And I guess, perhaps there is a bit of general work looking at how we produce reports and the sort of information that our, members would best like, and what the purpose of a report like this is. It's not necessarily for the public so much as it's for us to try and inform our decision making, but obviously the public need to have had a go at it as well to decide whether they want to speak or not. So I think that's a general piece of work rather than something for the executive now.
I'm talking about it being something that this committee might look at, not something that executive might look at. Councillor Lemos.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree, it's probably something to look at separately around, how we prepare the information. But I would point out that I don't think these papers were produced 5 days before this meeting. And even if they were produced 5 days before, that's 200 pages per day of detailed information to absorb. But it's my understanding they were produced on Friday. And so there's been very, very limited time for members sitting here and people who had a particular interest in it, of which we know there were many at home, to look at the information before tonight's meeting. And so my point was specifically about this issue, this pack of papers and this meeting is it scrutiny if we don't have actually the time to scrutinise? And so I absolutely agree there's something to take away and look at in a wider sense. But I think we need to make the point that there was very limited opportunity for members to scrutinise the information that has been presented.
Thanks, Councillor Lomas. I think I would be minded to agree in terms of making, I'm not sure how we would convey it, but acknowledging that committee members, I think almost universally, felt that too much information was published in too short a time frame to be able to make meaningful sense of it. And therefore, anything that we are putting forward to executive is with that caveat. Does that seem fair? Councillor Hollier?
I mean, personally, I think that's too heavy a caveat, because I'm quite content with the decisions I've made on the basis of, but.
Have you read all the papers?
I haven't read every single page, but I've read enough to be confident in the decisions.
Because I think that's, I'm quite happy to say as chair, I haven't read all 1,000 pages of this document. Councillor Norman.
If I may, I would say earlier we had a long discussion about what the requirement was for blue badges, and there was actually a section in a page of the report that actually specified that, and nobody noticed here in this room at all. So clearly nobody had read that page apart from Councillor Lomas.
Councillor Musson.
It was just to say it does need to be about balance, because we acknowledge that, oh well, it was thought that everything that was included was what was needed, and that was why it was so much. But then the flip side of that is, as a consequence of including everything that they thought was needed, most of us, I'm assuming, can't speak for everyone, didn't read most of this, which means that the effect that it has is that something that they thought needed to be included wasn't read anyway. Whereas if they'd picked their top 4 or 5, or maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, we'd been sent a few of these if they were available, we'd actually have been able to digest and not just read 3 days before, but also have time to reflect and ask any questions in advance, potentially speak to some residents that we know are personally affected. Yeah, I appreciate I'm labouring the point now and I want to go home, so I'll stop there.
Neil, did you want to just comment? Microphone.
Look at the point that Councillor Hollier made in terms of the request of this committee for information. Page 621 right through to page 823 is survey results from one consultation. And then if we were to take the actual reports themselves and look at the numbers, you start to slim this right down to a much more normal quantum of pages. But these were specific requests made by this committee for information. So just to reflect, that's what was requested.
I'm afraid I would strongly disagree with that, but I don't think that we should get into that.
621 to 822 is survey results.
There's 1,000 pages here, and there are documents that we didn't ask for. And we did ask for a number of documents in advance, but I think it's late. Let's not get into this in this meeting setting. I think the points have been well made by a variety of people. My view is that we should acknowledge that to executive, that a significant amount of information was put forward and that it wasn't as accessible as it might have been due to timeframes, and therefore that caveat is on anything that we might be saying. if we're happy that we put that forward to executive, I'm going to just go by a show of hands. All those in favour, please show. And anybody against? And any abstentions? Sorry, Councillor Orrell, I didn't see which way you voted. Abstention. Thank you. Okay, I think unless anybody has anything else, would like to thank you all very much, not just for this meeting, but also for the 2 meetings on the 25th. Thank you very much to the officers for engaging with us on this subject. It is very late. I appreciate that we've all been here a very long time. I would just like to give you the good news that there is no urgent business for us to attend to, and therefore we can close the meeting. Thank you very much, everybody.